Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very special event. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats, switch your phones to silent mode. We're about to begin in a few minutes. Thank you.
Feel your love surrounding me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very special event. We're about to begin in exactly 5 minutes, so requesting everyone to please settle down, find yourself a seat, switch your phones to silent mode, and get ready for an amazing event ahead of you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have the stick-on badge in your possession and also all the food coupons and goodie coupons that have been given to you. Make sure you don't lose them out. Keep them safe. You're going to need them later on. And now I request you to focus your attention to the stage. We have a safety briefing by Mr. Yogesh from the Lalit Ashok team. Let's give Mr. Yogesh a big round of applause and welcome him on stage, everyone. Come on, put your hands together.
Namaskar. On behalf of the Lalit Ashok, we welcome you all. In case of any emergency, the location of your venue is Kalinga 1. And in case of evacuation, we have got 4 emergency exit doors, which are on the right and left. Once you exit the Kalinga 1 hall, employees can go to safe assembly point which is adjacent to the building. And the emergency telephone number is 0 for the operator. And if unable to get one, please dial the number 3952 7777. And all these things we got in the hall regarding the fire extinguisher and fire hydrants. We also have on-call doctor to attend any kind of emergency. And we got a hospital which is nearby Maliga Hospital and Brigade Station 2 kilometers and High Ground Police Station. We have got even response team which can handle all the things in case of any emergency. And no smoking zone, not in the hall. It will be outside the banquet hall, near cafeteria. Thank you. Have a good and safe day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Google Developer Group's Devfest 2022. My name is Anuj, and it's an absolute honor and privilege to be your host for the next 2 days. Wow, what a phenomenal audience, young, energetic, all of you extremely excited for what Devfest has in store for you. I'm sure of that. But before we go any further, for the fantastic audience that you are, for the beautiful setting that we have, I want each and every one of you to give yourselves a big round of applause. Come on, everyone, put your hands together and give yourselves a round of applause, because you truly deserve it, and you truly are the reason Devfest is going to be possible. Now, as you all know, Devfest is a one-of-a-kind experience, one-of-a-kind event put together by the Google Developer Groups. It is a fantastic initiative by Google to put together the local developer community and Google tech enthusiasts under one roof to have enriching panel discussion, talks, figuring out challenges and solutions, and talking all things tech around local languages, networking, and a lot more. Now, as you all know, I'm sure you've seen the agenda and you're extremely excited. You're going to have some phenomenal speakers come up here and talk to you over the next 2 days. So you're in for one action-packed agenda, right? So what do I need from all of you? You're going to see all the speakers come up here. They're going to talk to you. But what do I need from you in the audience? Any idea? I need you to have a big smile on your face always. Yes, big smile. Beautiful smile, sir. Keep that going. We want you to enjoy as much as you can. Next, I want you to keep your energy levels up, high, and skyrocketing. No point in time at the Devfest do we want silence like this. So feel free to relax, let loose, and give yourselves a shout out, because you truly deserve it. All right? Are we all good? Yes. Now, apart from everything that I told you, I want you to remember that we need you to follow 2 very important rules at Devfest 2022. Now, I'm a little strict about these rules, so I want you to listen up. Rule number 1 is that whenever there is somebody on this stage, either talking to you or presenting, you need to scream, shout, whistle, make as much noise as possible, and give them a huge round of applause. Rule number 2 for this side is that whenever there is somebody on this stage, either talking to you or presenting, you need to scream, shout, whistle, make as much noise as possible, and give them a huge round of applause. Now, I know you all are extremely smart developers, tech enthusiasts, but I don't think every single one of you got those 2 rules. Only this part got it. Right at the back, no one understood, because right now there is somebody talking to you, and I don't hear any noise, Devfest. So come on, one more time. I want you all to keep the energy going. Come on, make some noise, louder than that. Come on, everyone. Fantastic. Make sure you remember those two rules. Now, what we're going to do is something very special to start Devfest 2022. I'm going to count to 3. When I'm done counting, every single one of you are going to get up on your feet. We have an amazing song that's going to be playing. I want all of you to warm up, get your hands up in the air, show me your best dance moves. There's a lot of goodies that I'm throwing out. So whoever is dancing the best, whoever is shaking and grooving the best is going to get those very cool goodies that I'm going to be throwing out later on. So make sure that once you hear the music, every single one of you is going to get on your feet. All right? Are we ready? I said, are we ready? 3, 2, 1. On your feet, everybody. Come on, get up. Every single one of you. Let's have the music. Come on, hands up, hands up, hands up. Hands up, hands up, sir, hands up. Make some noise. Yeah, one goodie's coming here. Hey. Everyone at the back. All right, together.
तारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी मैं ता जागर रातां नूं रोक न पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं तारे गिन गिन याद च तेरी मैं ता जागर रातां नूं रोक न पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं हो
Everyone together.
इश्क तेरा
Come on. Come on, everybody, make some noise. Make some noise. Fantastic, you guys are amazing. All right, give them a big round of applause, everybody. And give yourselves a round of applause. Look to the person on your right, give them a high five. Look to the person on the left, give them a high five and tell them you are awesome. Thank you guys for starting Devfest on a super high. Give everyone a high five. Come on, guys. Give everyone a high five on the left and right. Get ready for an amazing Devfest 2022 ahead of you. This has been put together by the Google developer groups. Give yourselves a round of applause, everybody. Come on. Now that you all know what we're going to be doing over the next 2 days, you've got to keep that energy up because the next person I'm calling on stage is an absolute superstar. He's coming up here to give us the keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, he has over 25 plus years of experience, a seasoned Googler. He's the Developer Relations Program Manager Lead. And he's here to talk to you about all things tech, all things Google. Everybody, on the count of 3, 2, 1, make some noise for the amazing Karthik Padmanabhan.
Wow, what an amazing start, man. So how you all feeling? I'm already high. Just high with energy, man. High with energy. So it's really, you can feel the goosebumps, right? Because I've never been to an event in the last 3 years which has so many people in the room. So please, once again, give your guys a big round of applause. For how many of you this is the first Devfest? Wow. How many of you have been here before? Awesome, awesome. So I'm so proud to see so many of you newbies coming into Devfest 2022. So I really want to thank you all for taking your time off and prioritizing Devfest on a Saturday. It's a very important day for all of us in our lives, the weekend. But you chose to be here. I want to thank you once again for your commitment to stay with Devfest. How many of you are part of the Google developer group which has actually brought the Devfest here? Okay, for the rest of you, please go check out and become a part of the Google Developer Group, because that's an awesome place to hang out and awesome place for you to share, greet, meet new folks, and basically share the spirit of technology in the festive occasion over the next few months. So I just wanted to spend a brief time about the history of Devfest. So Devfest, how many years do you think it's been happening? Any guesses? "11 years of Devfest and 11 years of GDG Bangalore." Please give them a big round of applause, folks. So out of these 11 years of Devfest, this is my 6th one. So I've been there, and so I've seen this phenomena grow over the years. So I've seen this grow from a 100 people event to a 200 people event. Once we reached 400, we said, wow, now we are touching the 500 threshold. And now we probably, in this hall itself, is around more than 1,000 people, I guess, or maybe 1,500, and a lot more people are watching it live on YouTube. So please go ahead and give yourself a big, big round of applause for making the biggest ever Devfest. So what's the story behind Devfest? Why did Google support the Google Developer Groups to kind of be the primary sponsor of Devfest? Any thoughts? Any idea? Yeah. Besides that? Exactly. It's by the people, for the people. So the innovation actually happens by sharing and greeting. Innovation doesn't happen all by yourself, right? So the more you share, the more you engage, the more you collaborate with people, you'll have innovation happening. So Google is a platform company. We have platforms, but we don't have those end products. So the end products happens only through developers such as you. And the moment you are able to have a platform like Devfest and Google Developer Groups, where you're able to share, greet, interact, innovate, and do things like that, hackathon, that's when innovation happens. And that's the reason why we thought we should probably work with the developer groups across India to make sure that we're able to bring this great festivity for the developers out here. And that's how Devfest started 11 years back, and it's been growing. This momentum is actually gathering, and it seems to be going really at a great pace. So over the last 5 years, there's been a massive growth for Devfest. We've seen, we had around 20, 25 chapters, and now it's phenomenally growing to around 40, 50 chapters. I think probably we'll have 60 chapters having Devfest this time of the year. So the last 2 years was a very, very different kind of a Devfest for all of us, right? So how many of you participated in Devfest virtually? Very few people. How many of you participated in Devfest in your bathrobes? How many of you participated with the camera off and then you were doing something else? And then how many of you didn't even realize that you're participating in Devfest? You got attracted to something else and that this thing kept going on. So that used to be our lives in the last 2 years, right? So for a moment, we have all collectively gone through this terrible last 2 years, and to come here and actually meet physically. And a lot of thoughts would have happened in the last few years, whether we'll ever be able to meet again physically, whether we'll have these kind of events, will everything become virtual? But then there's now a new normal, right? So the new normal is hybrid. So a lot of people meet physically. Amazing to see so many of us out here. And a lot of people are actually watching Devfest live on the YouTube live channel. So this is the new normal. So you will continue to have hybrid events where people will meet physically. A lot of them will probably sit in their comforts of their mobile phones at their restaurant or home and consume a lot of content. But the reason why we still want to meet physically is because that's when real innovation happens, right? So like I said, you can't innovate beyond a point all by yourself. The more ideas you have, you want to share the ideas, translate the idea into some kind of a product, and once that product gets into some kind of shape, you want that many more people to use it, give you feedback and things like that. So all this can't actually happen virtually. You need to have an amazing combination of doing things virtually. You can consume a lot of content virtually. But for you to actually translate that into action, you need to meet physically. And so Google developer groups, meetups, Devfest becomes a great opportunity for you all to engage and contribute and innovate and learn more. So we've also in this journey had amazing impacting stories. So one of us, one of the WTM ambassadors out here has a great story of how meeting people, interacting with people, sharing knowledge also means that you're contributing to the community. So contributing to the community is very, very critical for your own personal growth. And why do you think it is important? Any thoughts? Why do you think contribution to the community is very important? Yeah, responsibility is a great answer, but why? Yeah. Absolutely. All are right answers. What I was actually looking for is we are actually a part of an ecosystem. When you're part of an ecosystem, you can't thrive if everybody else is suffering. It's impossible. So you have to take everybody along with you. And that's how the ecosystem grows. You can't have selective growth. It doesn't happen that way because the world is not designed that way. Nature is not designed that way. So you have to make sure that you're able to work in a very, very inclusive way. That's why people say innovation happens when you have an inclusive society. Innovation happens when there's diversity around there, where everybody is involved and everybody is able to develop, right? So you will not be able to, and today the world is flat. And so the moment the world becomes flat in a way that you need to make sure that not only your neighborhood out here, but everybody across need to have an organic growth and organic development. And because of which you need to make sure that you're able to contribute. You're able to do your bit to contribute because in your own selfish interest, if you say, if you want to develop beyond a point, you need to make sure that everybody develops because that's when you will be able to develop in a sustainable way. You will have short-term growths of development, but that's not sustainable if everybody around you are not growing, right? So that's the reason why it becomes very, very important for us to contribute. So I want to encourage you all to come up with your own stories, file your stories with GDG. We will selectively look at some of these stories and see how we can help you make it bigger so that the impact becomes bigger. So there's a lot of stories of how people have gone to government schools and worked with small kids who don't have access to computers to learn about computers, learn about information technology. A lot of people have contributed to some midday meal schemes. A lot of people are working on diversity-related issues. I know that a lot of our GDG chapters are working on people with disabilities to actually consume technology, learn technology, and things like that. So there's multiple avenues and multiple opportunities to do good. We are not very selective of this is good and this is bad. Everything is good. As far as you have a vision and you have an idea and you want to go out and make that happen. So we are always looking for impacting stories which impact the community. Like I said, it has to be an inclusive, diverse growth is what we are looking at. So Project Reboot is something which we all started a few months back. And the reason why we started is that, because how many of you don't live in Bangalore but have come to Bangalore because of education or work? That's almost 60-70% of you, right? And so just imagine 2 years back, where were you all? Probably in your homes, out there, away from Bangalore, because the rent in Bangalore would have been very high, or you would have said, why should I, if I'm going to sit at home and consume a lot of this content, why do I need to come to Bangalore? And so the whole community had kind of the structure of the community had changed, right? So in 2019, when we did Devfest, we had a physical community. We could feel people, we could see people, we could feed off each other's energy. And then the pandemic happened, and then everybody had dispersed. So I remember people running a community in Coimbatore, the organizers are sitting in Chennai, another organizer is working in Bangalore, and a lot of folks in Coimbatore are gone to their native place, then what is the community? It's all just a facade of a virtual hangout, right? So you're not feeding off each other, you're not meeting people, you're not innovating, you're not rubbing shoulders. So that's the reason why we started Project Reboot, to essentially reinvigorate the Google communities in India. And it's been very successful. And one of the reasons why we've had this hall full of people is because people embraced Project Reboot, started contributing to the Project Reboot, because it takes 2 years of new habits got formed, right? So for you to overcome those habits, like 2 years is a long time. When you're consuming content sitting on your, in your home at your comfort, and then you stop going and visiting people, and then meeting and going to office and consuming things in a physical form, these are new habits which had to be reinculcated. Collaboration between, then we also wanted to make sure that we are able to build and connect all the interconnectedness between the ecosystems. We had startups, we had developers, professional developers, we had students, we had third-party communities. How are we able to make sure that all of them are able to collaborate with one another? And so that's another reason why we ran Project Reboot. And supporting communities to bring in-person events back, and that was our primary target, right? So if you have all people dispersed, so then now that we're all back here, we are now able to get back to the good old days of keeping the community alive, keeping the spirit of the community. So that's the reason why we did Project Reboot, and we feel very proud of the fact that it's had its impact. So if you can roll the video, please.
So personally, I enjoyed one-on-one discussions with all the communities.
We met different partners, different organizers, different leads.
So much energy in the room, so much of feedback and stuff for us to think about as well.
And also looking forward to seeing all of you in the hybrid events that we would be doing in the rest of the year, in the coming months, through various cities across India.
Yeah, so some of us did a road trip, some of us flew, but we ended up meeting in 10 different cities. All these communities did Reboot so that we are able to reconnect, rethink, and then eventually reboot, so that we are able to have this amazing gathering out here. I also wanted to spend some time on two important initiatives which we are launching, which we just launched at the Community Summit. One is the Community Leaders Academy. So a lot of you who want to become leaders, you want to run community, you want to make sure that you're able to, so you have to, for us to have this vibrant community like the way it is out here, a lot of people have to do selfless work. I really want to thank those people who make this happen, right? So you can't suddenly get 2,000 people, 3,000 people in a room without the contribution of significant leaders who are probably not like me, hogging the limelight of talking, but they're there behind, you won't even know them. So for you to become a leader like that, you need to have some skills. Leadership is not just about character, it's very important. It's a lot of attitude, and character is a very, very important ingredient of being a leader. Sometimes it's very difficult to imbibe that. It has to either come to you naturally at one fine day, or it doesn't happen. So assume it can come to you, the leadership qualities can come to you any point in time in your career or in your lifetime, right? But then for you to be an effective leader, you need to also have skills to translate that character and leadership into action and impact. And that's why we have launched the Community Leaders Academy. So we'll be imparting a lot of knowledge and skills in a virtual mode and a workshop, combination of virtual and a workshop mode over a period of few weeks and months, so that you can become an effective community leader. and you can do service to the community, you can make sure that you're able to get this vibrancy happening in the community, and you can continue being a community leader. So it's available for all the people who are part of the Google Developer Network. So get in touch with your GDG leads, or get in touch with your contacts, and stay tuned for more information on that. The other one, what we are launching, is called the Women Developers Academy. Any reason why we are doing this? So can all the women in the room stand up, please? And the men in the room, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. So we want to make sure that we get more and more women into the mainstream tech. And so the reason why we want to do that is innovation doesn't happen if there's no diversity. Diversity is a fundamental ingredient for innovation to happen. Diversity in terms of gender, diversity in terms of race, color, social status, diversity in terms of rural versus semi-urban versus city. We need to have a heady mix of everything, so that when diversity happens in all kinds of shapes and forms, that's when innovation happens. So for communities like GDG Bangalore to thrive and contribute, you need to make sure that we have to have diversity. And because of which, we want to get more and more women leaders, tech leaders, like Google developer experts or leaders or mentors, who are leading edge as far as technology is concerned. So a lot of people who want to participate, a lot of women who want to participate in Google Developer Academy, please go ahead and enroll yourself for that. You'll be mentored not only by women candidates, but a lot of male members also will participate and volunteer to make sure that we're able to get more and more women becoming tech leaders. So with that, so we have this amazing Devfest happening in all these places in India, and the Devfest season officially started with Bangalore. So all you folks can say that you actually started Devfest 2022. Please give yourself a big round of applause. So over the span of next 3 months, that is October, November, December, we plan to complete 60 Devfests across the country and probably reach 20,000 developers in a face-to-face form and over 1 lakh people online. With that, thank you all, and talk to us, talk to me. Looking forward to interacting over the next 2 days. Once again, thank you for making it a big success already. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Everyone, a big round of applause for Karthik. That was amazing. What a start to the Devfest 2022. Come on, a big round of applause for him. Thank you. And we're moving straight into the next developer keynote. And who I'm going to call on stage also deserves a very warm welcome. Let me tell you who she is. She's a director in Core ML. She leads frameworks and services with a mission to build reusable and scalable ML infra components and services. Prior to joining Core ML, she led the data solutions team in Core Data. She's a technology leader with over a decade of experience of launching new products and growing teams into amazing, amazing teams. She has also held leadership positions at CA and BA Systems. She holds a master's degree in computer science, and in her free time, she enjoys hiking, watching a lot of movies, and spending some quality time at home. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge, amazing Devfest welcome to Meenu Gaba, everyone.
Good morning. How is everybody doing? Awesome. My name is Meenu Gaba, and I lead the machine learning frameworks and services team at Google. Machine learning is everywhere. And today, I'm going to talk to you about TensorFlow, the platform which makes it really, really easy for you to develop those applications. Let me start by telling you a story about my husband. A couple of years ago, he was in Japan, and he was standing at a Tokyo subway station trying to go from place A to place B. He looked at the map, and everything was in Japanese. His name is David. He does not understand Japanese. So he pulls out a phone from his pocket, points to the map, and voila, magic happens. All the lines are drawn the same way, and all the text that was in kanji is now showing up in English on his phone. He was quickly able to figure out how to get from one place to the other. He expected this to work. He was not surprised. And this is not the only case of machine learning. When Google Translate did this magic for him, there was a lot of machine learning in the background. There was a machine learning model that was reading that image and segmenting it, figuring out where is the text. Another model looking at the text and understanding this is Japanese, converting into code, numbers that computers can understand. Another model taking those numbers and translating it to English, and then rendering it back to his cell phone so that he could go where he wanted to go. When you're listening to Spotify, and suddenly a new song plays that you have never heard of, but you love it, Spotify is using TensorFlow to make that recommendation for you. Machine learning is pervasive. A lot of times we don't even realize it. But TensorFlow is not a framework just for Google developers to develop applications like Translate or Spotify to create recommendation engines for you. It is an open source framework that is used by over 3 million developers to solve real world problems. Every single day, researchers are publishing over 100 papers where they are solving novel problems using TensorFlow. Every single day, over 100 papers. And if you are an application developer and your goal is to get the product to the end user as quickly as possible, and you want to use machine learning, we got you covered too. We have end-to-end framework, all the way from data processing to training the model, launching it to production. We got you covered. There are components for doing every single thing. In fact, the 3 million developer community is contributing so much to the platform that we are able to add enriching APIs on top of the platform. So you don't need to have a PhD in machine learning to create an application, to use machine learning. One of the most common applications of machine learning is image detection, object detection. And earlier people used to think that I probably need to know a little bit about computer vision to be able to use that. No longer the case. We recently launched Keras CV. Keras is a high-level API, and Keras CV stands for Keras Computer Vision, with which you can easily build any application and do image segmentation, object detection, things like that. Let me tell you a story about my son now. He's 11 years old. A couple of months ago, he got a 3D printer. And the first thing he wanted to print was a little cute dragon for his 8-year-old sister. That's adorable. But if you look closely, there is a crack in the dragon. The crack happened because as soon as we got the printer, he started printing the dragon, and if you know 3D printing, it takes a long time to print anything. After 45 minutes of not blinking at all and watching the printer, he got impatient and he wanted to see what's going on inside. He opened the printer and looked at it inside, and this is what he saw. This is, in 45 minutes, that's what the printer had printed. He said, okay, now I know what's going on. Let me resume the printing. He resumes the printing, and then the filament starts depositing again. But the filament had already dried off, so the base layer did not attach with the top layer. So we had to super glue it to make the dragon look like this. This is not the only problem with 3D printing. Sometimes the object gets dislodged from the base, and instead of printing what you were intending to print, you print spaghetti. 3D printer is cool, but it's still nascent technology. If you are printing a dragon for your sister, yes, you can watch it for 2 hours, no problem. But if you have a factory where you are building products to ship it to your users and multiple of these printers, you can't do this. You can't, even my son wouldn't want that job. We created a TensorFlow model. We detected whether the printer is printing what it's supposed to print or not. And if it was not printing what it's supposed to print, it would stop the printer, raise an alert, so you could come and address the problem. That TensorFlow model was able to fit on a microcontroller inside the printer. Yeah. You could use the same technology not just for 3D printers, bringing efficiencies to any factories. You could be sorting out bananas on a conveyor belt, ripe banana, not ripe banana, rotten banana, lots of applications. Let me take a completely different application now. Let me talk about the coral reef off the coast of Australia. Coral reef is in danger. There is climate danger. There is also another very poisonous predator in the coral reef, crown of thorns starfish, the one you see on the screen. It has poisonous spikes, and it multiplies very quickly, and it eats the coral, leaving the skeletons of the coral behind and multiplying throughout the reef. The Great Barrier Reef Society, the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, is trying to combat this problem. We want to say, this is one of the largest marine ecosystems in the world. We want to save this. So the first step was to identify where the starfish is, so they can, and how it is multiplying, so they can figure out how to prioritize their efforts to save the reef. Do you know what they did? They took a boat. They drove a boat along the coast of the reef with a diver in the tow with an oxygen tank who is inside the water. While the boat is driving, he's trying to see where is the starfish, counting the starfish, noting down the starfish. Every 2 minutes, the boat would pause. He would record 2 here, 5 here, none there, and then it continues. As you can imagine, it's a very tedious process. We partnered with the Australian National Science Society, and we created a TensorFlow model. Now we were able to identify those starfish with a video camera. The boat did not have to tow a diver anymore. There was a video camera in the tow. We are recording the images and counting the starfish as we go, and we were able to share that information with the Great Barrier Reef Foundation in almost real time. And then they were able to focus their efforts. We talked about COVID. COVID hit everywhere. As I said, I'm a manager. Most of my time, most of my day is spent in meetings. I'm meeting with my boss, I'm meeting with my team, I'm meeting with my clients, my partners, most of the time in meetings. A couple of years ago when COVID hit, I was still meeting, but now I was meeting from my bedroom instead of a Google conference room. It was super uncomfortable for me, for people to be able to see the laundry in my bed when I'm meeting with them. Uncomfortable. So like Karthik was mentioning, I turned off my camera for a lot of those meetings. And when I turned off the camera, guess what my team said? Like Karthik was mentioning, that when people have their cameras turned off, sometimes they're not even present, like mentally present. They are on some other tab. My team wanted to know that I'm listening to them, that I'm present. They wanted me to turn on the camera. I was super grateful to Google Meet when they launched the background blur. Now, background blur is nothing new. We all have used cameras. You know, in the camera, you take a picture, the camera figures out what's the subject, what's the object, and what's the foreground, and what's the background. But what was new here was that it was in a video, in the browser. Google engineers created a model that was able to look at an image, figure out, this is Meenu, this is what we need to focus on, that's her bedroom, that's background, let's blur that out. And they were able to put that model using TensorFlow Lite in the browser. So suddenly when this was available, I did not have to install anything on my computer. No machine learning model, no plugin. It just worked. And the other beauty, it was happening in the browser itself, in real time. There was no lag, zero latency, and no install. Zero install, zero latency, and completely private. It was not sending those images to the server for it to be blurred. It was doing it on my laptop, so I felt comfortable. But at some times, I was not able to take those meetings from my laptop. I was walking my dog, so I took my meetings from my phone. TensorFlow ecosystem, one of the greatest strengths is portability. We were able to take the same technology that we launched in the browser and put it on phones, the same model, with very little effort. We were able to put it in the Meet app, in iPhones, in Android phones, everywhere. It just worked. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, we just announced general availability of TF Lite on 4 billion Android devices. It is already doing 100 billion plus inferences every single day. When I say portability, let me tell you about another partnership that we announced recently. Some of you develop on Windows. Some of you develop on Linux. You have different development environments. We want to make sure that we are providing you the optimized builds for the environments that you develop on. So we recently signed up partnerships with Amazon, Intel, and other companies, and this will continue to happen. In the portability in the deployment sense, let me take another example of portability, how far we go to make sure TensorFlow models are portable. This is the story of Jason. Jason is a drummer. Unfortunately, a few years ago, he had an accident. He lost his arm. Drumming is his passion, so he wanted to go pursue it again. He got a prosthetic arm, and he started drumming again. Everything was good, but the latency between his right and the left arm was not quite in sync. The prosthetic arm was not able to create the same beats that he wanted because of the latency. Lucky for him, he knew a researcher in Georgia Tech University. And they both created a TensorFlow model. They created a TensorFlow model that understood the movement in his shoulder and was able to predict how the stick should hit the drums. They were able to port that model onto a Raspberry Pi. The model was developed on a server. They were able to port it on a Raspberry Pi, put that Raspberry Pi in his prosthetic arm, and he was able to drum again, almost as good as before. These stories warm my heart, makes my job really fulfilling. But I also love cool science projects. Let me tell you about Simba. Simba is my 2-year-old golden retriever. I love him to pieces. I think he will win any beauty contest that he enters. But as any dog owner would tell you, it is really hard to teach any dog tricks, new tricks, old tricks, any tricks. In the last 2 years, we have been able to teach him 4 tricks. sit, down, roll, jump. And on a good day, maybe he can do 3 out of 4 in a row. But I could have never imagined that I could see my dog in a red shirt, wearing sunglasses, playing a guitar on top of a mountain. But Imogen made it possible for me to imagine this. A couple of weeks ago, Google researchers published this paper on Imogen. Imogen is basically a machine learning model that takes the text that you type and generates an image. When I said, give me an image of a dog with red shirt, sunglasses, and playing guitar, it did not do a web search or image search. It actually generated those pixels. It is like having my own personal artist. Imogen is created using a technology called JAX. JAX is another machine learning tool which lets you iterate very quickly. It lets you take your idea to prototype and get feedback very, very quickly. It is very popular with researchers. And the good news is, it is part of the same ecosystem. It is part of the Tensor ecosystem. So when you are happy with your idea, you can take that idea, you can take that model and deploy it on production using tensor serving that is getting used by, for example, mission-critical app like Search for Google. You can take the same JAX model and put it on your Android phone or iPhone using TF Lite. You don't need to rewrite the model in some other language for production capability. The same reliable ecosystem that is available for TensorFlow works for JAX. Imogen is 2 models, actually. It uses one natural language model, large natural language model, and the image diffusion model. When you type in the text, the computer takes the natural language large model takes the text, converts it into code that computer understands, and then gives it to the image diffusion model. The image diffusion model will take that code and then draw the pixels out. That's how this thing works. When I say large model, what do I mean by large model? A machine learning model is basically a bunch of math. Lot of addition, lot of multiplication, linear algebra, coefficients. Stuff we did in high school math. These coefficients in machine learning world are called parameters. And when you're training a model, a computer is trying to figure out what are the best values of those parameters to solve the problem at hand. Earlier, we used to train using CPUs. Then we realized, oh, well, GPUs, which draw 3D images, do similar kind of math, and they're pretty good at it. So we started using GPUs. A few years later, Google realized that there is more opportunity here. We created TPUs, tensor processing units, which are custom chips developed to accelerate machine learning operations. So when I said large model like Imogen, it uses billions of parameters. And some of the large models use trillions of parameters. So even a TPU is not enough to do all that computation. So what did we do? Google came up with a network of TPUs, these TPU pods. That's the image you see on the screen. So now you have the computing power. Now what is left? Some API so that you can use this computing power, synchronize your data distribution, model distribution, and that's what we launched. We recently launched dTensor, distributed tensor. So you have the control on how to configure your data and model parallelism, whether you are training a model on a CPU, 6 CPUs on your laptop, or whether you're using a farm of GPUs on your servers, or whether you are renting a TPU pod from Google Cloud. dTensor makes it easy. And if you ask any researcher, they would say that large models are the future. That's where most of the innovation is going to come. So you can continue expecting Tensor ecosystem will invest heavily in this to make sure you are able to create or distill or learn from a large model seamlessly, easily. Let me take one last example of a machine learning application. Medical digital imaging. A couple of years ago, I had problem with my left leg, and my doctor asked me to go for an MRI. Does anybody know what is an MRI? Has anybody gotten one? Yeah, people who have gotten one would know how painful it is, how uncomfortable it is. It's a very good invention. It's brilliant. It allows doctors to see inside of your body without cutting you open, without shining damaging X-rays on you. So let me tell you my story. So I went to the hospital. They put me on a plastic, uncomfortable bed, and then they rolled me in a very tiny, narrow tube. If I lifted my arm, I would have touched the tube. It's that small. And then the technician comes, adjusts things, takes first few pictures, and then they start rest of the, then they figure out, based on those initial pictures, they figure out where to point the camera, and then they take rest of the images. It takes about an hour. In my case, it took an hour. And while they're taking those images, there's a giant electromagnet in the tube that is making very loud noise, and you're supposed to stay absolutely still for that hour. It was a miserable experience. I never wanted to do it again. Unfortunately, 2 days later, my doctor calls me and says, "We got to do it again. We missed part of your knee, and to be able to diagnose that problem, we need to have you back here." And this is not uncommon. This is not rare. This happens all the time with MRIs. In a way, I got lucky. Now you might ask why. My radiologist was able to look at the images and realize that, oh, maybe the problem is in the other part of the knee that we did not get image of. Many a times, they will miss an early onset of a tumor that could have been treated if the MRI images were taken of the right part of the body. GE Healthcare, one of the largest manufacturers of MRI machines, realized the importance of having those initial set of images analyzed is so crucial for saving lives, basically. They knew that skill of the technician matters a lot here, because the technician is a person pointing the cameras in the right direction. Whether they are tired, whether they're having a good day, all this human errors play a role in this. So GE and Google partnered to create a TensorFlow model that was able to analyze those initial images and point the camera in the right direction. After we rolled this out, the amount of time you had to spend in that MRI machine reduced. The number of errors from MRIs reduced. The number of repeat requests for MRIs reduced. Every single metric improved. Today, we have talked about a bunch of machine learning applications. But 15 years ago, if you guys told me that there'll be a computer in a man's arm helping him play drums, or there'll be a computer counting the starfish in coral reef off of coast of Australia, or a computer will be drawing what I type, I'll have computer as my own personal artist, I won't have believed you. But all this is real today. I don't know what the next 10 years will bring. I certainly don't have the imagination to dream of all this. And in fact, I don't think any one person can think of all these ideas. That's why, in the TensorFlow ecosystem, we are doing everything we can to meet you where you are. Whether you are a researcher trying to develop the next natural language model, or you are an application developer trying to use Keras CV to sort Lego bricks. Whether you are developing and deploying on 4 billion Android phones, or whether you are deploying on a cloud TPU pod. Whether you're solving a problem in a mission critical application for a business, or you are creating a cool science project that will show up on the front page of Reddit. We want to enable each of you to succeed. Thank you very much. I'm here all day today and tomorrow and would love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Meenu, everyone. Put your hands together for fantastically walking us through the beauty of ML, especially by tying it to all the personal experience. That was a fantastic session. Another round of applause for her. Come on. That was really good. All right, next we have a very, very interesting session coming up. Building apps has always captured every developer's interest, and this session is going to make it even more interesting for you. The next Googler I'm going to call on stage is going to be talking to us about how to make safe and secure apps. He is a developer relations lead at Google in the Android developer relations team. He manages developer relations activities like areas like security, localization, internalization, Android Go, and a lot more. Prior to joining Google, he's worked for companies like Intuit, Philips, and IBM. He's absolutely passionate about programming, and he's here to talk to us at Devfest 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the amazing Amrit Sanjeev. Give him a round of applause, everybody.
It was one hell of an introduction, so I'll have to live up to that now. Anyways, in this session, okay, I really want to kind of talk to you about not all the things that you will do in order to make your app secure, but a few of the things that you could do really quickly that might make your app secure. Okay. Why is this really important? Because if we look at it, a lot of us use this a lot. And our social life, our financial data, and most probably, if you look through a phone carefully, a lot of your passwords are also there, written in clear text, right? So if somebody gets hold of this or the data in this, it could be really, really damaging for you. The platform has done a lot of things in order to make it secure. You would have, if you've followed Android for the last many years, we've been taking a lot of steps in order to make it more secure as a platform. But at the end of the day, developers like you and me build applications that run on top of it, which handle user data. And if we don't make things really secure, you are making it risky for the user to work with your app because you've not kept it safe for them. So some of the things where Android apps can be improved is what we're going to talk about today. So these are some of the words that you might come across. If you take Android security as an area, right, you might come across some of these words. And I'll be very quick. I'm not going to bore you with this. First one is the Open Web Application Security Project. This is an open or a non-profit organization that actually works on creating standards for keeping software secure. And when you look at a mobile application, they have a set of verification standards that they have actually built, and that is MASVS, which these are things that you're going to come across when you start looking at security in detail. And an implementation of that, or a set of guides on how this should be implemented and how you should test this in your software is actually in the MSDG. You will come across these words, so these are not complicated, just look at them as the organization that builds it, the verification standards, and the testing guide for it. Moving on, this is how the hierarchy would be. The standards are at the base, you have your implementations or the test guide on top, and then there are also agencies sometimes who actually work with this, the certified partners who will actually test apps and give you a report. And sometimes app developers use that, or some of the app developers actually build it themselves. Now, when you look at applications as such, there are many areas that you have to really look out for when it's really looking at improving security. Many of you focus on one or two, three of these areas, but the whole idea is to look at it more from a comprehensive perspective, look at each of these sections and understand what your app is doing in this. Is it doing the right thing? And is it actually keeping the data and the user secure with it? So architecture, design, threat modeling, all of this, early in your stage of life cycle, yes, it comes in. Cryptographic requirements, if you're encrypting your data, if you're actually storing encrypted data on the disk, yes, cryptographic requirements are there. How data should be stored and how privacy should be maintained. Again, data privacy and storage. And there's authentication, network, platform interactions, even code quality and build settings, there are actually test guides for these. So when you look at all those verification suites, right, they will be covering all of these areas. Now, when it comes to analysis, and this is the interesting part, right? There are two types of analysis that actually people do. One is a static analysis, and the other one is dynamic analysis. And before I jump into the details of these, when I say analysis, we developers have to do this. At the same time, hackers would be using the same technology, same techniques to kind of break your thing. So you use this very similar technology and techniques to kind of make your code secure, and this is how hackers would be doing things to break some of the properties or protections that you've put in place. Now, when you look at it, static analysis is very simple. You're actually going to understand the behavior of an application without running the code. That's by looking at the assets, your application entry points, what are the hard-coded strings that are there, what libraries you're using, what vulnerabilities are available in those libraries. So all of this is done in order to gather information. This is not done to kind of find the silver bullet to kind of crack the app completely. No. All these techniques gives you bits and pieces of information that you can use in order to figure out how to break it. Now, as a developer, as a legit developer, you and me could actually use the same techniques to understand what could somebody else do with the code that we've written to break it. So use the same techniques and analyze and understand what are the mistakes that we are making. Things like hard-coded secrets, right? It's very common to find some people doing that. If you have it, you need to remove it. So a static analysis would actually let you get all this. There are also tools, JADX, IDA Pro, and many others which you can use to automate this process and make the effort a lot less in doing this. This doesn't have to be done by looking through hundreds of lines of decompiled code. You can actually start using some of these tools to automate many of these things. Whereas dynamic analysis is basically how you would figure this additional information by running the app. So executing the code, you figure out the behavior. Things like, oh, on a rooted device, what all additional data can I get? You run on a rooted device versus a non-rooted device and figure out what are the differences between these two. How are things stored in rooted device? On a rooted device, do I get access to more information? Or is there something like safety net or play integrity API that stops the system from running on rooted device? Additional piece of information again, right? So those sort of things can happen when you're doing dynamic analysis. Again, traffic analysis. If your app is communicating to a server, are you using clear text? Are you encrypting it? Even if you're using HTTPS, can this be done with a man-in-the-middle attack? All these sort of things could be checked. Even the certificate installations, things like that. Do you use network security configuration? If you're not using that, then I might be able to insert a certificate into the Android CA, certificate authority, and then make sure that I can do man-in-the-middle attack for it. So you get pieces and bits of information to use. Moving on, I'll just quickly run to the anatomy of Android apps. Most of you might know, but we'll use this to kind of explain the rest of it. So if you're writing code in Java, Kotlin, or C++, Java and Kotlin, you get your compilers, you compile that into your bytecode, then the bytecode is compiled. The Dex compiler will run it and create your dalvik.dex files, and that's added to your APK. If you're using C or C++, that's converted to machine code.so file, which is again a part of your APK. So if you take an APK, for instance, APK is nothing but like a glorified zip file. You can unzip an APK. Most of the time, you can take an APK, convert it to .zip, and unzip it using the unzip tool. Now, when you unzip it, this is what most probably what you're going to see. You're going to see the application's manifest. Reading the manifest gives you a ton of data, and I'll talk about that. Then you have the classes, the DEX files. Your libraries gives you information on what libraries are getting added to this. What might be the vulnerabilities that I could use there. Assets, or all the read-only data that is actually going to be there. This is the anatomy of the app, right? Now, when you're doing static analysis, the first point of entry would be the manifest file. A lot of people actually use manifest file and understand how the application is working. Look at the amount of information that you can see just by reading a text file. You can get all the permissions that are there. Are the broadcasts protected by a signature level permission, or can I intercept it just by knowing what broadcast is there? All the intent filters that you might be have written, you know what it is. Again, can I intercept using that? You get your network security configuration. Do you have one or not? Again, opens up additional possibilities for breaking the system. If it's debuggable, then you can attach a debugger or another tool, run your own code along with your app to do things like method hooking, to basically make sure that the app bypasses safety checks or bypasses premium checks. All those things you can do by just checking all these information. Backup and restore. Backup and restore basically is this automatic feature that an Android has, where there are two types of backup and restore. One is cloud to device, and the other one is device to device. So if when you buy a new device, you would be able to connect by wire and get the data all transferred to the new device. That's a backup and restore feature. But having backup and restore open means that you can actually go pull information out of it and then start analyzing that. Now, if you were to reverse engineer, and that's again a technique that many people use in order to understand what logic is run in this app. Okay, there is a security check or figuring out how this will not be running on rooted devices. What logic are they using? How can I break it? And to understand that, or things of that nature, reverse engineering is something that people do. When it comes to software engineering, you do design, code, compilation, and you get the output. Reverse engineering is just the reverse of that. You take the output, and you try to figure out what is actually happening by reverse engineering the whole thing to the code and then understand the design of your application. Now, there are tools to do this. So it's going to be something like, say, this is JADX that I'm actually showing here. It does not give you the exact variable names and function names and things like that, but it's close enough to get you to kind of understand what is the logic in the code. So you can use some of these tools, JADX, Jab, ABK tool, all available on the internet. Okay, one thing I want to really call out here, I'm telling you all these things, not for you to go home and download all this and start breaking everything. Figure out what is in your app that others will be breaking and fix those first, okay? Don't be the hacker first, fix things first. Anyway, coming back, let's look at these tools and understand how these vulnerabilities can be identified. So if you reverse engineer something, you would actually get something like what is seen on the screen, where you get a good amount of how the logic is getting run. There are professional tools which break these things. So banking applications or finance applications, they all use some more sophisticated tools to kind of avoid these sort of reverse engineering to happen. So there are tools to avoid people from doing that. But is your app something that actually holds information like that? Is it a class of app which needs that additional security? These are all considerations that you have to take before going in and applying these tools on top of your code. But again, reverse engineer first and see if people can understand logic, which they should not. Figure out how you want to kind of avoid people from doing that. That should be a first step. Now, if you take language, for example, even by knowing what language your app is written in, right, you can have simple things like, many times, this is a common thing that I'm giving an example here. Your hard-coded strings, which are like your secrets, the hash secrets that you get, many use Java strings to kind of actually store that and use it in the application. Now, the mistake with this approach, it's a simple mistake, because the approach is that strings are immutable. So if you put some data into it, it remains in the memory till you actually get GC to clear it off for you. Now, assume somebody gets a memory dump before GC cleared it, which is very straightforward to do. Most of you know the command to do it. You get that data, you get the hard-coded strings, and somebody could actually use that against you. So simple things, even in the language, how you're using it. So the easy way of doing that is, instead of using a Java string, use a byte array and XOR it right after use. Programmatically XOR that to 0 right after use, which means a hacker, even if they actually get a memory dump, will see a string of zeros rather than your actually secrets. Simple things like this can be done in order to improve. So the whole idea of doing static analysis is to understand if some of these things are easily fixable. Let's move to some of the dynamic analysis. Man-in-the-middle attack, very popular. You might have seen it in movies all the time, where somebody sits at the proxy and and most movies use Vim. I don't know why most of movies are using Media Player or something to show you how they hack, but Anyway, that's another story, but they use stuff like burp or MITM proxy to kind of do this. It's not super easy. This is technical in nature, but this is possible. So man-in-the-middle attack is your app is communicating to your server, and you think that the app is talking to the server endpoint. But basically, somebody's sitting in the middle and scanning through all the traffic. You could have advanced versions of this attack where somebody installs a certificate on your device, and you are using HTTPS, not clear text. So you feel like, oh, you're protected. But because the certificate is installed on the device, the man in the middle, the attacker in the middle will be able to unencrypt your data, see it, re-encrypt it, and send it to your server. You won't even know that things are failing, but all the data is actually exposed. So that's where network security configuration actually comes into picture. You have concepts like secure certificate pinning and things like that that you should use in order to avoid some of these things. Next is storage monitoring. Okay, this is a little far-fetched. You won't get immediate information, but by understanding how storage is getting used, what are the keys that are getting written onto the disk? Are you writing secrets on it? How are you using internal storage, or are you using external storage? By looking at all this additional information, right, you can actually start getting bits and pieces of, you can get those gold nuggets and say, oh, this is something they're doing, and maybe I should exploit using this particular approach. So those sort of things can also be done with storage monitoring. Now, behavior analysis. This is how your app is behaving. You're not decompiling and doing, you're just running it and seeing how things are. I'll explain this with two examples. One is how apps run on rooted devices versus how apps run on non-rooted devices. Gives you a lot of understanding of how the app is behaving differently. But giving an example, an easier one to understand would be login errors. So assume you have a page where you are entering your user ID and password. And you enter, somebody's brute forcing into it. So they they go to LinkedIn, find a list of potential usernames, come here, start typing it in. If the login message is something like user ID is incorrect, you type in user ID and password and user ID is incorrect, that gives us additional information that this user ID is not present. Forget about this. We can look at. And then next it says password is incorrect. Okay, this user ID is there. Let me go after the password. But if you are actually giving error messages as simple as user ID and password are incorrect, user ID or password is incorrect, that makes it really complicated for the hacker to kind of find out. Now you don't know whether the user ID entered was wrong or the password entered was wrong. So it becomes even more difficult. So that's how behavior analysis, like even things like, login error messages that you put out there. These can all give additional piece of information to start working with to see how you can break an application. Now, instrumentation. This is like your debugger working. Tools like Frida are there, which will allow you to do method hooking, which means you can run an application. Say, as application A calls a function sum. It adds two numbers and returns the outcome. That's what it's supposed to do. That's what is there in the code. You can actually inject your code on top of it. You can add another constant to it. Or you could do something more right after the sum and then return the sum. So you could do things like that with tools like Frida. With code instrumentation, you can change the behavior of the app. And this is how a lot of the many apps bypass security checks. They will put some code in between, recompile it, and then see how, and run it as it, and see how they can extract more information out of that. Now, let me talk about a few simple areas that you can do in order to improve the security, okay? These might be something that you're doing it right. I just want to call out some of the common mistakes that we see developers doing. And let me start with permissions. So Android, at the platform, we actually control that information access by using permissions. You have runtime permissions and you have install time permissions. And most of you might be, and this is basically the workflow, right? You declare your permissions in your manifest. If it's a runtime permission, it is asked in the context. If the user grants that permission, that information is actually passed to the application. So that's the platform level protection that we have. But if you look at the best practices, right, we use three basic things there: control, transparency, and data minimalization. By control, we want to control the access to information and give user the ability to say yes or no to it. So you don't want an app to access your SMS inbox. You have the opportunity to say no to it when the permission is asked for that. You don't want it to read your call logs. You have the option to do that. You don't want it to access Bluetooth or any other sensor. You have the option to do that. That's a control aspect of it. Transparency is you have a clear understanding. As a user, you have a clear understanding of what information is shared and what is not shared. So we look at that as our guiding principle. And the third one is data minimalization. The side effect, okay, I am asking for one OTP, but I'll get my entire SMS inbox. That's sort of like, okay, the user thought I'm only giving one OTP, but basically what the person did was to give all of it. There are many permissions, and we look at that. We look at seeing all the side effects and avoid it to the minimum data that the user is expecting to share to make a permission adhere to that. So that's the basic 3 principles that we use. But on top of that, when you look at things like communication, which your app is doing, there are a few things that you can do in order to make things better. Firstly, when you are actually transferring data, sensitive information from one app to another, and you use intents, right? Give an intent chooser so that the user can decide whether the sensitive information should be passed to this application or not. Rather than hard coding, this is a straightforward way, put an intent chooser for it. This saves, the intent chooser will come if the user can actually decide. It also gives hints to the user if somebody else is trying to monitor your information. Because if the third-party app is actually hooking onto that intent, it will come up here. So gives an additional piece of information to power users, but still, this is something that you could use very easily, very quickly. Secondly, if you're sending it to one particular component specifically, use a set component and send it specifically to that one and put the data in your extras, which means only that component gets access to it. And this is to pass it to a specific component of an app. So you can specify that implicitly and then pass it directly there, rather than sending it there, just sending it as an intent. If you are using inter-process communication, right, and you want to send it to a lot of components, assume, that's where you use a broadcast receiver for, or broadcast for. Now, broadcast means anybody who's listening to it can actually see your data. But if you want to kind of control that, you can actually use things like protection level, and you can put it to signature, which means only the apps that are signed by the same signature will be able to see your broadcast. Even if it's a broadcast, they are the only ones who have access to that. So by putting in a simple custom permission and a protection level, you are limiting the access of that information from everyone to the ones that you thought should get it. So simple, these are all very small changes, right? But these are places where people are missing, adding some of these things. So if you have code which is not doing the right thing, go ahead and fix it as quickly as possible. A lot more people know this now. So please go ahead and fix that really quickly. Now, moving on to, when you are actually sending intents, try to filter them so that everybody is not getting the data, and you actually can limit which all the applications you're interacting with. So by having an allow list, you could actually do that. So that is another one. When you're sending data out, you can say that, oh, I don't want to send it out to these apps. Try to filter it, and I try to use an intent filter to avoid everybody from getting it and trying to work with that. When it comes to network security, having things like your network security config substantially reduces the opportunity for somebody to do man-in-the-middle attack. The certificate pinning, that's what we usually write in there. We also give an expiry to it and other parameters and metadata to your network security thing. But it saves you from a lot of hard cake where man-in-the-middle attacks are, when you think of man-in-the-middle attacks. Again, clear text, even though we have actually put it to default by default in Android from 7.0701, you can actually go ahead and turn this to true and use it, which means all your text is actually communicated in clear text. All the network transfer is done in clear text. This is a bad idea because anybody can sit in and listen to all that data. So what's happening going between your server and back and forth is something very easily readable. So you shouldn't be using clear text. When you're talking about storing data, there is this application sandbox mechanism in Android, right? So if you're actually putting data in your internal storage, it prevents other apps from accessing it. So you need to first decide what all data you have. And then you want to decide what level of protection this data is actually needing. Okay, is this something that is, if another app accesses, there's no risk for it? Or is there a lot of risk? Then if it is having a risk, you might want to kind of put it in the internal storage, which gives the system level protections to it to start with. You can go ahead and encrypt it. That's the next level of protection that you can add on top of it. But the basic thing is put it in the right place. You write it to external storage, others can go and read it. And when you look at it, another point that I really want you to understand is don't look at only the latest version, because the latest version will have an advanced security. Look at the backward compatibility your app is supporting. If your app is supporting all the way to, say, Android 5, for instance, hypothetically, you need to look at what is the protection level at 5 that is happening, and then actually decide all these decisions based on where all and what all configurations your app can run. Don't look at just Android 13 and say, oh, in Android 13, the system will protect me. But what about a user using this in 10? Will they be protected? So each version of Android has improved upon security, which also means when you go backward, certain things that you assume in the newer version might not be there previously. So do understand and check that one clearly. Sorry, one thing I missed about talking is backup. So if you're doing backup and restore, you can also specify rules which say what you need to backup and what you don't want to backup. So any sensitive information, you can specify that the backup and restore, I need the feature, but I don't want you to do this information to be backed up. I don't want you to share this between devices. I don't want somebody to be able to take a backup using ADB with that information. So you can give it in the rules and then avoid that from being taken on. Next is file encryption. This is the additional level of protection that you want to give when you're storing data onto a disk. You want to kind of, if it is sensitive data, encrypt it. This is applicable not just to files, this is also applicable to things like shared preferences. A lot of times shared preferences have information which you can just very quickly dump and see. If you know the shared preference file, you can actually take a dump of it, see all the information that you're storing in there, manipulate those bits, and you suddenly become a premium user. You suddenly bypassing all the security features. You can do all those sort of things if you're not protecting these files. And the reason why I mentioned some of those standard things, there are standard cryptographic algorithms that are available. Use them rather than trying to build your own. If your job is to build a new security protocol, yes, go by all means, please do it. But if you're actually trying to protect your data, a standard algorithm would most probably suffice, and you should pick the right one from what is available on the device or on the platform. Now, looking at shared preferences, like I mentioned, there are many places where shared preferences, you don't protect that, and you got to decide what goes into shared preferences. There is something called as encrypted shared preferences. How many of you actually use this? Quick show of hands. Okay, some of you have done that already. Great, good. So if you're actually using encrypted shared preferences, I've mentioned some code here, you would set up the encrypted shared preference, and after that, you would use just like normal shared preference. The only difference is that when you're reading it, the encrypted data is read, unencrypted, given to your device, given to your application. When you're writing it, you put the data, your normal data that you want to write, it will encrypt and write onto the disk. So at any point of time, if somebody gets that encrypted shared preference, they will not be able to kind of decipher it and understand what it is about. Now, common, I want to stop with the last two of the common security risks that actually people do. One is adding third-party frameworks. 80% of code is third-party libraries. Please evaluate them carefully. Evaluate not just once, but on a serious note, okay? Not just once, but also every time you upgrade to the next version. You want to understand what mistakes or what vulnerabilities are getting added to your application. Because once you add a third-party library into your code base and you make an application out of it, everything is your application. The entire code's behavior is your application, right? So when you're adding third-party SDKs, be very careful about that. Evaluate it. Continuously evaluate if you are actually going to update your application to the, update the version of the, version of your third-party code. Just don't go into build.gradle and then say, new version available. Right-click, update. No, that might bring in a vulnerability into your application which previously did not exist. So you want to be careful about that. Upgrades like that are not safe to do. You need to evaluate it. So third-party, do it. They have the same, understand that they have the same privileges that your app has. If your app has a certain permission given, okay, your app has the ability to read SMSs on a device. Your third-party library gets the same privilege. And if they do something malicious, you are responsible for it, not the third-party SDK. You get penalized for the bad behavior. So this is something that definitely is not done enough, but needs to be done a lot more. Many of us have like 10 to 50 libraries in your application. And if you ask how many of you looked at the security, none of them basically. That would be the answer. Reality, I can see many smiles here, which gives me the understanding that, yeah, I'm right on this one. But yeah, this is important though. Next one is analytics. So analytics has this nice ability that you can actually pick a lot of pieces of information which seem harmless, but can be used together to maybe identify a person, like PII data. We are not picking any PII data particularly, but when you put all these different things together, you can actually start identifying a person or identifying a group of individuals which you're not, or behavior, or a property that you were not supposed to be, otherwise you're not explicitly logging. So in India, I don't know what is our fascination with analytics SDK. Most apps have more than one analytics SDK. And the interesting thing is, it's not that all the data gets used all the time, but most of the time it's lost in correlating between the data between one analytics SDK and the other one. This guy is saying I have 100 users, this guy is saying 110 users. Now, which one is right? And that's where the time is lost, not in figuring out, okay, what the behavior change that I would be and how the analytics data is used. So most of the time it's like, I mean, how you can ask yourself, how many times have you thought of, oh, what is play data saying? Why is my analytics data saying this thing differently? And thought about how can I correlate these two? And some people go to an extent of coming up with formulas. Oh, if play data is saying this number, then multiply it by 1.2, divide it by this number, and minus this number, you get this other one. Happens for 2 releases, third release, completely wrong. So this happens all the time, and I've seen this and I've heard this umpteen number of times. But the fact that even in one SDK, if you're taking one SDK, this sort of transitive relationships are taken care of by the SDK. But when you put multiple SDKs, and you as a team get all that data together, you can actually pick 3 points from this SDK correlated with 3 points from another SDK's data, and then you can have something that you can maliciously use. So that's another place where security, you want to kind of look at data. And lastly, logging. How many of you use debuggers regularly? Very sheepishly, hands are coming up. It's one of the basic tools of programming. Oh, that's fair, I'm just joking. How many of you use printf statements to kind of identify what went wrong? Oh yeah, so many, yes! I mean, I've used it myself, I'm not complaining. But that's again dangerous. By the way, if you print out the user ID and password using log and say, check in your log, and both are coming correctly, database is okay, and you leave it like that, every time the log system is running, you're going to actually start seeing that in the logs. You wouldn't believe how many times people actually miss this. And it's not intentional, but the impact is very high. So if you have logging statements which expose the behavior of your application, which exposes data of your user, unintentionally, still things can go wrong with it, right? So very simple way of doing this is actually use ProGuard and add these lines. It's not super clear, but basically, you would assume no side effects and provide the functions in ProGuard, which means that any logging statement is completely removed from your release build automatically. So you can still have your logging statements and don't have to have this check to run, or is there any logging statement in my application? But when a release build comes in, none of the logging statements are going to be there. It'll automatically get removed. Simple things like this, if you add it into your way of working, can actually make an app a lot more secure. It doesn't make it 100% secure. I'm not saying that, oh, do these things, 10 things that I talked, and your app is immediately secure. No. These are just basic stuff that I talked, which you can very quickly do. But it will make it more secure than what it is today. Like I said, the platform can provide a certain amount of security feature. It's like building a fancy vault with all the security features. That's a platform. And then the security guard turning it, opening it, and going away. And that's what we would do. If you as developers don't take care of security, it would be like opening the vault and then leaving it. No matter what protections the vault has, if you open the door and leave, somebody would come and take what they need and go from there. Not every application has security as equally important. Like financial application would have it higher. Social might have it slightly higher. Your to-do list might have it slightly lower, still, slightly, but they are important. This particular aspect is really, really important. And writing these things and understanding what a class of application you fall under and deciding what data is really important, then what protections can I give? Basically, try to use what platform is giving you so that you don't have to add too much of code to it. Start with that, then maybe add additional security layers like encryption, or if you're doing SSL, even if you're doing SSL, I've seen many banking applications do this. They're using SSL for everything. But the data that's encrypted in the passed into the SSL layer is, or rather your HTTPS protocol is encrypted first. So it's like double encryption. Even if there's a man-in-the-middle attack and they're able to unwrap the protections of the network layer, the data is still encrypted again by the application. So it makes it harder for people to break it. It doesn't make it impossible, it just makes it harder. So I hope some of these things you will go back and improve in your application. And if you want to learn more, this is a new Play Academy course. This is totally free. You can go in and learn more about it. Yeah, I'll give you a few seconds to scan this out. If it doesn't, catch me later. And this is basically a course link. This one actually is a systematic course that allows you to kind of study some of these things and certify yourself to understand many of these things that I've talked about. There's a lot more content there. In the interest of time, I could only do this much. This is very, very simple. This is like the first layer of protection. But the course has a lot more data that you can actually go through. And with the hope that this was useful, I will call this the end of my slides. And thank you for patient listening. Thank you. I will be around for the next 2 days here, so if you want to catch me and talk about security or anything Android related, I would love to hear from you. Please feel free to say a hi. I'm a very nice guy. With that, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Amrit. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for him. What a fantastic and engaging session. Please do meet him afterwards as well if you have any doubts. Thank you very much, Amrit, for taking the time out. And just to let all of you know, at Kalinga 2 Hall, we have the Snapchat filters with Flutter, Custom Painter, and ML Kit by Pooja Bhaumik. That's at 12:30 p.m. So if any of you want to go in there, please do check it out. And coming right here on this stage is another very, very interesting person. This session focuses on bringing technology to a diverse group of experts, developers, and enthusiasts. He's an expert in Android app development, and he's here to talk to us about building for a multilingual world. He is an amazing Googler. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Developer Relations Engineer Nilansh Sahai, everyone. A big round of applause for Nilansh. The stage is all yours. Come on, everybody. A bigger round of applause, guys. Come on, one more time for Nilansh. Let's make some noise.
Thanks for the introduction. Hey everyone, it's actually nice to meet you all in person, specifically after this long time. I am Nilansh Sahai, and I'm a developer relations engineer at Google. I mostly focus on languages. As of now, I focus on internationalization and localization efforts in Android. And today we will be talking about how you can build your apps for the multilingual world around the globe. So, today we will be also talking about a few of the topics like localization, internationalization, how you should specify your app resources, and also, last but not the least, the per app language preferences. That was rolled out with the release of Android 13, and it has been in the highlights ever since. Cool. So starting off with the very first thing, localization and internationalization. What do I mean when I say localization? Well, as the name itself suggests, it is a process to localize a product, in this case, localizing an app, which means that I want to fine-tune my app such that it targets a specific group of audience from a specific region. Now, this is usually what the translators do. They provide the content of your app. They translate it from one language to the other, and then they provide it to the end users for their better user experience. Localization as a whole revolves around content handling, basically the string resources. So it's like providing the content of your app in a lot of in a lot of languages, and making sure that whatever is being displayed in your app is correct in accordance to where exactly it is being displayed in. Cool. Okay, so next up, internationalization. Internationalization is more of an idea on how to design a product such that it can incorporate a few changes like addition of languages, addition of a few translations in the near future. As a product lifecycle, there can be a lot of updates. Suppose you built an app in English, now you want to support another language, now you want to support French, now you want to support Hindi. So these kind of changes, how exactly you should design your product, that's part of the internationalization. While working on internationalization, there's a very interesting thing that you might come across with, that the same language can have a lot of variations depending on the region that it is being used in. It's quite confusing, but let's say an example. So an Indian user, an Indian average user who uses their Android apps in English might be comfortable with the terms like lakhs, crores, kilograms, kilometers, these kind of metric units. On the other hand, if the same app is being used by a user from US, he's also an English speaker, but he would prefer terminologies like miles, pounds, millions, billions. So despite of having the flexibility of using the same language, there is still a lot of difference that is based out of the region. And this difference that it is the developers that they have to incorporate in their app for. So you might ask, how is this exactly different from localization? Well, it's definitely different. There is a lot of difference. So I can have an app which is only in one language, let's say English. But I have created it so well that it covers all these corner cases. It covers all the regions where English is being spoken. So in this case, my app is internationalized very well, but it's not localized very well. I can have another app which actually has a lot of languages support. It has, let's say, 20 or 30 languages that it can support. But in this app, I'm not taking care of these minute details that we just talked about. So in this case, the app is localized very well, but it does not follow the internationalization best practices. Cool. So now that we know an overview of localization, what exactly it is, what exactly is internationalization, what is a slight difference between them, now let's move on to the next section, that is the app resources. How exactly we might need to specify our app resources to support different languages. Okay, so let's first of all get familiar with the terminologies that we might require while working with the app resources. So first of all, the language itself. Definitely, language is an important thing. Which language are you trying to convey to the user? Let's say, is it English? Is it Chinese? Anything else? Russian, French, Spanish? The second important thing is script. So the script in which the language is being written or your content is being displayed on the screen. So for example, we can see that the Latin scripts that we use in English, the Devanagari script that we use in Hindi, or in Chinese, we have a traditional Chinese script. We have a simplified Chinese script that you can see on the screen here. Now the next important thing, which actually a lot of people actually ignore, is the locale. So locale consists of the data points that are based out of the region that we talked in the previous slide, like the metric units, the measurements, or the first day of the week, the date time formats, these kind of things. And it is basically specified by the region code. So let's say for India, it is IN. For US, it is US. Okay. So how exactly are we actually specifying these resources? So here are three cases where we can specify our resources. So let's say in the very first case, I want to specify my app resource. I want to specify an app resource that is for Hindi language. So here I have just simply followed a simple thing where I have created a values folder. So for specifying any resource, we create a values folder. We name it, and there is a language tag that is added after the values. Yeah. Okay. So in the first example, we are just creating a Hindi resource folder for values, which is named as values-hi. HI stands for the HI, which is the language tag for Hindi. Now, in the second case, I want to be more specific. I want to specify a resource folder which is used for English, but specifically for the region of Australia. So in this case, what I'm doing is I'm creating a values folder with a language tag along with the region tag as well. So here we are using values-en-r, which is the prefix for the region, and then the region code, that is AU. Next up, the most interesting case. This is ZH-hand-TW. So this basically means that I want to support the Chinese app, which is basically for the Taiwan region, and which uses the traditional Chinese script. So in this case, we sort of deflect from the usual terminologies. We use values-b, and then we add plus signs in between all these codes. So it will go like values-b plus ZH, which is the language code for Chinese, plus hand, which is the script code for the traditional Chinese script, and then it's plus TW, that is the region code for Taiwan. Cool. Okay, so I hope that till now it was a bit insightful for you folks about how exactly you can specify the app resources, what is localization, what is internationalization, because now we will be moving on to the per app language preferences. Okay. So let's see a user journey. Suppose you are a user who is actually fluent with Bengali, Hindi, and English. Now, you might have different preferences for different apps on your phone. You have some news apps that you would want to be in, let's say, Hindi, and you have some texting apps that you like to use in, let's say, Bengali. And overall, you want your system to be in English because that's easy to access, all the technical things, all the settings, all the files. So that's easier to use. So this is a certain use case that actually indicates that there can be cases where users might want to, the different apps in different languages. Cool. Now let's see what exactly this per app language preferences feature is and how exactly is it helpful for this particular use case. So first of all, yeah, it provides a common place to switch the user languages. So what exactly this means is from Android T onwards, the user can now select app languages from the in-app language pickers if the developer is providing it, as well as the system settings as well. So there is a section in system settings under the app languages where you can see the list of all the apps and you can select whichever language you want that app to be in. Next thing, it provides a standard way for the developers to support locale switching. So we have seen that there are a lot of apps that use actually different regions to specify their in-app language pickers. Some use the side navigation draws, some provide it in the profile section, some provide it on the landing pages or the first sign-up time. So there is a lot of variance in the ecosystem where the user might get confused where exactly can he switch the languages. So this basically as it gives a common point. So the user can go back to the settings at any point of time and select the language if he's confused by the in-app language picker. Also for the developers, it's like they have a standard process now that they can just simply switch the languages. They can sync the language with the system settings, and they can display those languages in their app. Okay, one of the very interesting thing about this feature is that it works very well with the backup and restore. So suppose with the fast running market of Android devices, so users tend to change devices like on an average after every 2 years. So suppose you have, let's say, 50 apps and you have preferences for 5 of them in 5 different languages. Now, if you are switching to a new device, you would have all the data backed up and restored to the new device. But what about the language preferences? That you would have to set up one by one again and again. So it's not a very best experience. So that's what this feature provides. This feature provides you the preferences restored in the new device as well. Okay. So in this feature for the developers, it provides a getter API and a setter API. So these APIs are actually used for being in sync with the system settings. So if a user is selecting a locale from the in-app language speaker, that would be reflected in the system settings. But if the user is selecting a language from the system settings, that would be again reflected in the app as well. As you can see in the GIF, I am like switching to and fro between English and Hindi, and from sometime from the settings, sometime from the in-app. So that's how exactly it works when I am using the getter and the setter API. So even though this feature is from Android 13 onwards, but these APIs are backwards compatible. So which means that only the settings part won't be visible for the lower versions, but the APIs would still work, and all the other things would still work. So let's say an app has migrated to the per app language preferences feature, but the device it is being used in is, let's say, Android 10. The APIs would still work. All the difference that the end user will see is that there won't be any app languages section in the system settings. Okay, one last thing about this feature is actually this is an opt-in feature. So developers can go ahead and opt in, and then only they would be, like the users would be able to see their app in the system settings. Cool. More on opt-in. Yeah, let's see how exactly opt-in works. So for opt-in, there is a specific, we have to specify a locale config.xml file, which is actually the list of all the supported languages that you want to support in your app. So let's say my app supports, let's say, 2 or 3 languages. So what I do is I create a locale config. I list down all these locales in my locale config. And the next important step is to provide this reference in a manifest entry in the Android manifest.xml. So this manifest entry goes like Android:locale config. We'll see it in the next slide. And there we just specify what XML file to use for the locale config. Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's see the structure of what exactly the locale config is, and how exactly it is visible for the end users. So as I said, that locale config, you have to specify a list of all the supported languages that you want to be present in your app. So here is a locale config. We have locale tags in it with the like the locale code, a list of locale codes in the locale tags. So in this case, I am supporting English, Hindi, Arabic, and Japanese for my sample app. Now, once this locale config file has been created, next what I'm doing is I'm creating a manifest entry for this config file in the Android manifest, and it is under the application tag, or like Android:locale config, and then I'm linking my XML file there. Cool. So yeah, that pretty much sums it up, and I hope it was short, quick, and insightful for you all. Quick recap on this. We discussed about what localization is, what internationalization is, what is the difference between them, how exactly, what are exactly the best practices around it. We also talked about how you can specify the app resources for different regions, how you can incorporate the scripts, how you can incorporate the regions in your resources files. And we also talked about the per app language preference, a quick intro on what exactly the per app language preferences looks like, and how exactly can you go ahead and implement that in your app. I hope that you guys would definitely want to try it out once. It is definitely something that has been in highlight for the Android 13 release. And a lot of apps have been using this lately. So you will be very soon seeing all this in your Android phones. Cool. So thanks a lot, everyone. I'll be around for the day. So if in case you have any questions on the topic of languages, localization, internationalization, on any stuff, so I'll be around. It's quite easy to find me. You just have to find a head above the crowd, and you'll be able to see me. Cool. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nilansh. A big round of applause for him. Thank you very much. An interesting session indeed. All right, so before we break for lunch, can we have a round of applause for all the speakers who've come here so far, for all of you who've kick-started Devfest 2022 on such a high. Keep that energy going. We're now going to break for lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:20 p.m. sharp. Please head out of the hall, take a right. You'll find the volunteers who are going to be directing you to the lunch area. Make sure you have your stick-on badge. Make sure you have your lunch coupons if you want to be fed. So do that, and we'll see you back here at 1:20 sharp. Thank you so much. We'll see you back very soon.
similar data
with you. If you remember the start, I told you that I have a lot of goodies that we want to give out. Yes, everyone's happy. Now everyone's coming back quickly from lunch also. So how do you win these goodies? Very simple, okay? So what we're going to do is a small quiz. I'm going to be asking you a few questions. Don't worry, it's not around what you guys do at work. It's not around developing. It's not about Google tech. It's nothing related to that. It's about the world of movies, sports, and a lot of general knowledge questions that I'm going to be throwing out. All right? So we're testing your GK to give you these goodies. All you have to do is, if you know the answer to the question, don't scream the answer out, okay? Because I can't give you the goodie then. So how will you answer if you know the answer? Raise your hand. Very smart. Now all of you all are so smart that I know that when the question comes up there, I'll see more than 2 hands that go up. Tab main kya karunga? Random. First one to raise the hand. Both. Only 2 are going to raise. Okay. So give everyone. Very smart. Okay, so the correct answer is, if you know the answer, put your hand up. And then if I see more than 1 hand that goes up, whoever is smiling at me the most gets a chance to answer the question. So keep your hand up, smile, scream, shout, make as much noise. The loudest, craziest person who's standing on the chair and screaming will get a chance to answer the question. Okay? Are we ready? Ready, sir? All right, so let's get question number 1 on your screen. Yahoo! A famous expression of joy was said by Shami Kapoor in which movie? Don't scream the answer out. Hands up, smile, make some noise. He's smiling very nicely, but I'm not giving you the chance still. You've got to be a little more louder. Come on, hands up, smile, scream. Let's see who knows the correct answer. Come on, come on, come on. Here is not good enough. You have to scream. Come on, make noise. Yes, okay. So who is the loudest person here? Who is the loudest person here? In this area, this area, this area. Okay, I'm going to give you a chance. What is your name, sir?
Bijan.
Bijan, what is the correct answer?
Jungli.
Jungli is the right answer. High five to Bijan. Bijan gets the goodie coming up right from there. See, it's very simple. Okay? Question number 2 on your screen. Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar was a very famous movie in which 2 colleges took part. Name the 2 colleges. You've got to know both the colleges. Name the 2 colleges. 1 hand went up and came down. You have to know 2. Okay, hands up, hands up. Hands up and smile, guys. You're looking very serious. It's not a serious question. Only 1 hand, wow. Bijan also knows. Come in front. What is your name?
Gulshan.
Gulshan, come here. Don't get scared. What's the correct answer?
I think Javier and Joseph.
Xavier and Joseph's is the wrong answer, Gulshan, but well tried. Sit down. We'll give you another answer. Now everyone is screaming after 2 wrong answers came out. Arre wah. High five. What's your name?
Sarthak.
Sarthak, what's the right answer?
Rajput and Javier.
Rajput is the correct answer. Xavier is the wrong answer. I'll still give you a goodie. Give him a goodie. So Rajput and 1 more college. Name 1 more college.
Model.
Model is the right answer. High five to you. Another goodie to him. 1 there, 1 here. We have a lot of goodies. Next. What's the next question? Can we have the next question up on the screen? All right. 4 questions. You have to get all 4 right. What is the name of this character? What is the name of the actor? Which movie? And what did this character say when he was happy? Come on. Hands up and smile, hands up and smile, hands up and smile. No noise from that side. Not good enough. All right, right at the back, right at the back. What's your name? Come on, get up, sir. Okay, Siddharth, what is the name of this character?
Mogambo.
Mogambo. Which movie is it from?
Mr. India.
Which actor played this role?
Amrish Puri.
Very good. And now, Siddharth, it's time for you to shine, my friend. What did Mogambo say when he was happy? You have to do it like Amrish Puri did. Everyone, on the count of 3, we're going to say lights, camera, action. All right? 3, 2, 1, go.
Mogambo Kushua.
All right, high five, buddy. You get yourself that goodie. Very good. We have time for 1 more question before we go into the next session. Let's go up to the next one. What's the next question coming up? Very simple. How old is this man? How old is this man? How old is he? How old is he? How old is he? I haven't gone that side. Don't get angry, man. How old is he? How old is he? Okay. What is your name first?
Kashif.
Kashif, how old is this man?
79.
79 is the right answer. Well done, Kashif. He gets himself a goodie. Do you have time for 2 more questions? Yes, okay. You guys want 2 more questions? All right. Let's go to the next one. Everyone wants goodies. Okay, cool. So, what you're going to see now is a video is going to be played. Okay, you're going to see a bunch of emojis. You have to figure out what those emojis mean and sing this popular Hindi song. Okay? Can we play the video, please? That was quick. Take your time, guys. Figure it out. What do these 3 emojis mean? It's a very popular Hindi song. You've got to sing it. What Hindi song does these 4 emojis mean? You have to sing it, so make sure you have a good voice also. Hands up, गाना ज़रूरी यार. गाना तो ज़रूरी है. बहुत ज़रूरी है. Okay, madam. Arey, you screamed and you're voting him. This is not allowed. Come this side. Come. You know the song, no? Okay, he'll sing for you. Come. Aajo, ma'am will answer and you sing. Come on, Shiva.
I don't know. I know the tag.
Hold on. What's the name of the song?
आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे.
You sing it first, then I'll tell you if it's correct.
आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर जुबान पर सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई.
Well done. What's your name, buddy? You have a beautiful voice. Shiva, right?
Karun.
And what is your name? Soumya and Karun. Let's see what the correct answer is. Well done. Both of them get their goodies. You'll get 2 goodies. Alright, well done. Give yourselves a round of applause. We'll keep coming back in to do more of these amazing questions. We're going back. Well, that's the next question, but let's go back in. Alright, so we're going to get you guys back for the quiz session, don't worry. But for now, we're jumping straight into the next session. But give yourselves a round of applause for that fantastic Bollywood quiz that you did. Now we know what you guys do when you're not working, watching movies, learning songs. Very good. Keep that spirit going. And we're going to call the next person who's coming up. He's ready right here. He's going to be telling us about the relevance of code minification in a performance world with Google developer expert, Mr. Jitin Sharma, everyone. Please give him a round of applause as he comes onto stage. Over to you, Jitin. Crowd's all warmed up, man. All good.
Everyone can hear me at the back of the stage? Thanks. All right. My name is Jitin. I work as an Android architect at Grow, and I'm a Google developer expert for Android. Today, I'll be talking about code minification. It's a very niche topic in Android world, but let's see what we'll discuss. So the outline of the talk is that we'll talk about obfuscation and minification, what it actually means, and about the tools which we can use for doing these things, how those tools are configured using rules. And in the second part of the slide, we'll take a deep dive into performance impacts of these tools and how our code basically morphs into what we actually see on the screen in a release app or what our users will see. And common mistakes which can cost you, which are very easy to make, but they cost a lot when we are talking about apps in production. So obfuscation. So in simple English, obfuscation is like code word. Basically, you want to morph a written thing into a manner that nobody can read it except you. So if we talk about a general Android project, most of us are writing Kotlin right now. I guess if you're writing Java, I feel a bit sorry for you. And how code works is like we are writing Kotlin, and it gets converted into class files by Kotlin compiler. And if you're working with Android, all the class files get merged into a single DEX file, which is then consumed by the Android OS. So DEX is like an unreadable format. It's a bytecode format. So if you look at DEX file, you'll just see a bunch of zeros or ones or something like that, depending on the editor which you're using. So DEX is pretty much unreadable. But there exist, oh, sorry. DEX plus resources is what makes up your APK. But it is possible to reverse engineer DEX files. So DEX files can have intermediate intermediate code called Smali, which can be decompiled using tools like ddexer. Smiley is an intermediate format, but it is human readable, which means it allows you to see fields, methods, and things like that, which means it makes your code readable. You could go even a level higher using tools like JDAX, which will basically give you back the Java source files from a DEX file, basically with all the logic, all the method. So this is where obfuscation comes in. Basically, you want to hide your code to a third party because they might use it to hack. You might want to hide API models. You might want to hide strings and certain sensitive areas of your app. And obfuscation is pretty simplistic. Since we work with a statically compiled language, we always call fields methods with references. So even if we change names of classes and fields, it won't matter because they are always, the method call is always a reference call, not actually a name call. In our code, we might give fancy names like repositories, view models, use case, and whatnot. But to an end user and to a system which is actually executing the code, it does not really matter. That's why obfuscation is a very simplistic process, but it does not change the runtime behavior because you can just name them randomly during compilation. And to system, it's as the same thing as it was the source code. On the same lines, minification. So minification is elimination of code which is not being used. So if we talk about a normal Java binary which has an entry point with a main class, let's say we have a method call stack like this, where main class is calling one function, the other function is calling other function, and it's like a long chain. Now, if I comment a function in between, then at the runtime, this call stack is broken because this function is no longer being called. But if I directly compile all this, in the binary, all the functions are still packaged. And this is what we call is a dead code, because it's not reaching anywhere. This is what minification tools do. They find out entry points in your application. They find out the dead code using a tree-like structure, and they delete the dead code during compilation itself, so your binaries will never have this code. For Android, it's a bit complicated because Android does not have a single entry function like a main in JVM. You have activities, you have services, you have application class, and you have broadcast receiver. Your application may contain all of these or one of these, you'll never know. The main entry point is the manifest file, which will basically declare all the main Android components, and all of the code will be referenced via one of these components. And it's not only just code, it's resources as well, because you are building a UI front-end application, so code is one thing. Then you have got layouts, you have got image assets, vector drawables, style files, thousands of the things. And in a typical Android APK, resources actually take 70% of the size, not the code itself. So minification tools have to be more smarter, that they don't only need to delete the code, they also need to find references of these resources and delete these resources as well. So I've been talking about minification a lot, so let's look at some tools which actually do this for us right now. If you have been doing Android development, R8 and ProGuard is something you might be familiar with. ProGuard is a legacy tool right now. It has been replaced by R8, which is being maintained by Google. But it uses the same rule file of ProGuard. So ProGuard and R8 do the same thing. They are code minification tools which work with Android. And DexGuard is something which is not known, but it's a paid version of ProGuard. It's made by the same company which developed ProGuard, but it's a suite of a security tool. It's far more secure than what R8 and ProGuard provides, and it's far more aggressive in minification. So if we look closely at Android toolchain, we have got our code, which is our source code, and all the libraries which we are importing. It doesn't matter any kind of library as long as it contains bytecode and is a dependency on your app module. This is what is an input to the Android toolchain. This is the source code for it. Like, it has to process all of this. And then it goes through D8 and R8. D8 is the compiler, which converts everything to DEX file. And R8 is the minifier, which will consume DEX files, find entry points from manifest, and then figure out all the dead code, and it will remove all the dead code. Now the minified DEX file actually goes into Android Gradle plugin, which removes unused resources. So R8 is just a code minifier. It actually does not remove resources for you. This is actually done by AGP. And once it removes the resources, then all the DEX files and the used resources go into the APK. if anyone is interested on how AGP actually removes resources, it's a very interesting logic which they follow on what they should and they should not remove and how they consume text files. You can search for this file in cs.android.com, which is the Android source code, and it's a very interesting file. Now, rules. In a very ideal world, minification tools already know what they need to do. Like they have an entry point, they have references of function, they know which fields are used, which methods are used, but we don't really live in a very real world. We live in a very unreal world where we use reflection. So reflection is where these tools can fail because you are bypassing the whole instance-based, tree-based structure. You're not really calling function by its instance, you're calling the function by its name. It's a string, it could be anything. You could invoke a method by creating an object and invoking it. You could create a class. You could even get the whole class loader and load a class out of it. So things like this, which should not exist, though they exist, that's why we have something called rules. We need to tell the minifier, okay, we are doing something crazy here, please don't delete these files. That's where the rules come in. And the rules are meant for everything. It's classes, it's fields, and interfaces, functions, everything, because everything can be instantiated out of an air. So rules are simplistic. I won't go detail into rules because that will need another talk in itself. But yeah, you can have simplistic rules like keep class members, keep attributes. The name suffice what they do. And there are many other rules to disable certain optimizations, which I will talk about later. Now, we have talked about obfuscation, minification. Now we have a basic idea that we have this source code, we have these tools which sit in between, how they obfuscate the app, how they minify the app, and how they basically make our APK more efficient. But there are two other things to minifiers. One is the optimizations which we do, and the result of those optimizations, which is the runtime performance. So I'm going to talk about some numbers. So before I talk about numbers, I will tell you that all these numbers came out of a test-based project. It does not try to emulate any real-world project, but it is basically to create a baseline and give numbers out of it. So it's generated using Android Studio Poet. It has like 20 modules, 100 classes, 6,000 methods, pretty small to medium project, and it uses all the fancy libraries, Android X, RX, Java, Glide, Kotlin, AGP7, and it uses D8 and R8 toolchain. So we built the project, and these are some of the results. Like a non-minified APK is almost 12 MB, minified APK is 6.5 MB, and a minified plus shrinked APK. Shrinked means it is removing unused resources as well. Minified means it's only deleting dead code. So these are some of the stats. And all of this is on release APK, none of this is on the debug APK. Now, if we look at two numbers, one is size. So we expected that, right? Because we deleted so much stuff, our size will definitely reduce. But our app launch time has also reduced by 39%, which is very weird. Like, okay, our binaries are small, but then why are we launching 40% faster? Let's look at the optimizations. So this is one more thing which code minification tools do. Code inlining. So throughout your source code, the code minification tools will try to find areas where they could inline everything. So a simplistic example is like when you are building a release APK, the debug APK checks are useless because they will never get executed in a release mode. So you will have thousands of checks where you are using build config.debug to do something in debug application, but they never get executed in release. So this is what R8 does. It just removes the if check wherever it is present, and it will move everything. The method will get directly inlined. One more thing which it does is, let's say certain inlining created a method inside the method. Now, if you look at the second function, it is only calling one function. So the function itself is redundant. So it will delete this function, and it will inline the function wherever it was being called. And it can happen in loop. Let's say there were 4 functions in the loop, which were only single call stack. So all of them get inlined, and all of them will get moved to the top of the call chain. Code inlining also works on SDK-related changes. For example, let's say I was building an app where min SDK was 19. I would have put a lot of checks that this feature only works on SDK 21, this only works on SDK 28. as you change min SDK from 19 to 21, the 21 checks get removed. Like the R8 will delete the whole if check because it's no longer needed. And when you move to 28, the other if check will also get deleted. Another fun thing is, since we are using Kotlin, Kotlin compiler has this null safety enforced, which means every time you write a public function which has a non-null variable, it will add something called intrinsic check parameter not null. This is added to every public function in all of your source code to enforce null safety of the parameters of public functions which are non-null. Again, code inlining happens here. The logic remains same. The null check still happens, so the compiler null safety is enforced. But the method itself is deleted, and the logic of the method is inlined. Right. So these are the subset of the optimization which it does. I have not talked about all of them, but one thing which we have to note is, like, at a face value, they look very simplistic, like I'm just removing an if check, I'm just deleting a function. But these small optimizations accumulate over your app launch, over your flows. Like your app launch might be doing hundreds of these if checks which got removed, and throughout a user flow, there might be thousands of if checks which got removed. So when you actually look at your production application, which actual user will use, you will see accumulation of these small optimizations and a real-world impact in your app launch and performance of your application. One more thing which helps with code minification is DEX files. So all of your code gets merged into a DEX file, and it gets packaged into an APK. Now, if we look at the difference between our minified and non-minified APKs, you'll see it has 3 DEX files, it and 1 DEX files. DEX has a theoretical limit of 65,000 references, which means methods, fields, classes, which it can hold are limited in number. And every time that limit gets crossed, another DEX file gets created, then another DEX files get created. Now, with minification, not only are we making our DEX file smaller, we are also reducing the count. And each count has an impact on DEX load times when the application is first launched. The DEX load might be a bit tricky because with devices which do ahead of time compilation, they might get completely compiled, and this benefit you might not get. But in most of the devices, the first app launched always registers and loads the DEX files. So even if you are reducing the number of DEX files, you are giving a benefit of app launch. So you can see the DEX load time was like 2.96 milliseconds, and this was 0.07 milliseconds, which is far lesser. Apart from DEX files, since R8 goes through all of your code, the source code of your application, the code which you wrote, and the code which is coming from third-party libraries, including Android X, support libraries, Glide, Kotlin, whatever. It minifies literally everything which it can find. So these are trace events of certain functions which get called on app start till screen load. And you can see the minified ones are actually faster because these libraries also have like dead code in them because you might not be using a lot of function or you might not be using a lot of fields. So even these libraries get shrinked. And this you can see here, like, vector rival inflation is faster. And APK asset loading is faster because it went inside these libraries and shrink them as well. Now comes the rule part. So we have seen like minification is nice, our tools are nice, they do everything for us. We don't. But let's figure out how we can screw these tools and how it is you might be doing it too. So rules are meant to basically tell the minifier that, okay, I am doing some weird thing here, so don't delete my methods and fields and classes. But what happens is, since rules allow wildcards in them, we get too defensive while writing rules. And one of the issues is that prog.art files in a project are like this artifact which nobody wants to touch. How many of you have actually edited a prog.art file in your life? Yeah, 10%, I guess. So, and I don't blame anyone. Like, it's like one file which is supposed to hold rules of whole project, and the moment the project gets bigger, nobody knows what's going on in there, nobody knows how to debug it. It's not really information which is thrown into your face on everyday basis. So that's why rule file is a very easy place to screw things up. And rules like this, where you use regex with ***, can do that to you. I will take one case study which I personally faced. It's a very innocent looking rule. It says, okay, don't delete my R class references. And to a very, new eye, it would look like, okay, this rule looks fine. We don't really want to delete our R class references because they might be referencing resources. But the problem here is the wildcard entries. If you look at the structure of an app project, we have application module out of which applications are created. And if you have a multi-modular structure in your project, you will have modules which are dependencies of app module, and they will have their own dependencies. And then you might be consuming third-party libraries as AARs. Now, at each level, each AAR, each module has R class, which is used to reference the resources of that module. The problem now comes is that every time you consume an AAR or you consume a resource or consume a module, these R class gets duplicated over level, which means from AAR, the R class will get duplicated module file will duplicate it to module 2 will duplicate to app. The reason being that you can access these resources using your own package name, so they need to be duplicated. And this is how the default behavior of Android Gradle plugin since long. And you can avoid this, but that setting has came recently. But most of the time, you're using your own app app's package name to reference resources which might be present in a module or an AAR. So now, if you think about as project grows larger, the app module will have like 10 to 15 times duplication of one AAR as well, or from its module. So eventually, the app module itself can have hundreds and thousands, or in certain apps which I face, millions of unused resources of R class references. So this rule, what it does is, it says, I don't care about the package name, keep all R class references, which is very bad, because you are keeping references for every module, every AR, which are getting duplicated and getting added back to app module, and they could be in thousands, 100,000s, or millions also. We did the same exercise on the current app, for which we had numbers, and if you look, the references did increase app size also. One second, yeah. The references increased app size also, but if you look at the app launch time, it's increased by 34% just because we decided to keep R class references. Now what happened here? One thing is our desk count increases, because all these references have to be stored somewhere. These are code, so code goes into DEX. Now DEX has a theoretical limit of 65,000. So you're increasing the DEX count, you're increasing the DEX size, and you're increasing the load time. Now more OS has to load more DEX files, OS has to load larger DEX files, and the class loader has to process like thousands of new variables. So your app launch time increased by 34%. So this is just one case study, which I have personally also faced. And other things are there, like one of the things which you need to be very sure about when you're writing rules is that you need to be aggressive instead of defensive. Like when you're facing a debugging issue in ProGuard, don't be like, I will just put whole my package name here and keep everything out of the package name. Don't do that. Like it will have far more ramifications than you can think of, because at package level, there are thousands of new files generated using KAPT or KSP or through AGP itself. So never do that. Avoid wildcard as much as possible. Wildcard is again the same problem. Like it will ignore the package names and it will try to keep everything. If you're trying to use wildcards, be package specific. Like you drill down into the package and then write a wildcard rule. Use keep annotation. This is my favorite. So instead of writing ProGuard rules, you can actually annotate classes in your source code using @keep annotation. There are multiple advantages to this. First of all, you can't write wildcard rules with keep annotation, which means for every class you have to write annotation separately. A bit cumbersome, but better. And when you delete stale code from the repository, then the ProGuard rule get deleted along with the source file, which is nicer. One of the things which I have seen in projects is that source code gets deleted, but nobody makes sure that the ProGuard rule of that source code got deleted from the ProGuard rule file. This solves that problem because you are attaching the ProGuard rule directly to the source code itself. Fourth and most important, scan for the rules which third-party library are importing. You might be doing everything good in your project, you might be writing nice ProGuard rules, you have done everything, but libraries can still screw you up because libraries can package their own ProGuard rules, and when code minification happens on your application, all those rules are imported and then they are applied across your application. So even libraries can screw you up. So how do I find out if a library has a faulty ProGuard rule? You add this print configuration in your ProGuard rule file, and then once the configuration is printed in your build folder, you can actually see, I don't know if it's visible, but it tells you which library is adding what rule. So basically this allows you to understand if some of the library has added some faulty rule or some wildcard rule which they should not. And then you can talk to the library developer and get it fixed. One more thing is you can also change the default set of ProGuard file. So until recently, the default Android project would add something called ProGuard.android.txt, which is a default set of rule file, and ProGuardRules.pro is your own rule file. So ProGuard.android.txt is a very defensive file. It does not actually do a lot of optimizations. Starting from, if you have created a project recently, you would get something called ProGuard.android.optimize.txt, which started with AGP7. But if your project still has Android.txt, I would suggest move it to optimize.txt, which increases the number of optimizations ProGuard can do, R8 can do. Just test your app before sending it to prod. And don't do it on Friday. Gradle.properties, yes. So if you're using R8 and are not on ProGuard or DexGuard toolchain, you can turn something called full mode on. So what full mode does is, it makes the minifier more stricter in nature. By default, ProGuard's behavior is very lenient. Like it does not take, like it takes reflection very leniently. And then it does not delete resources which have reflective access. So due to its lenient behavior, it might not be deleting a lot of things for you. So you can turn on the full mode on, and it will shrink your code a lot, it will shrink your resources a lot, but then, again, test it and don't do it on Friday. How to debug ProGuard rules. So this is not very, like, nobody teaches this, right? Like, everyone knows how to attach debugger, everyone knows how to debug RX Java coroutines, but like, rarely we see an article which says, okay, I want to debug ProGuard rules, because nobody cares about it, but you should. So one thing is, let's say you face an issue with ProGuard. Let's say, you know, in your minified application, something is crashing because a class got deleted or got renamed or got something else. First thing you do is add configuration debugging. So ProGuard is smart enough to tell you that it found through source code some things which should have rules in it. Like you could see the console output right now where it is telling it should have retained an inner class attribute. So ProGuard is like smart enough to tell you 90% of the things that, you know, okay, you're doing this wrong. This class should have been retained. Please retain it. So instead of writing defensive rule, add this file, go through your console of build, and find out what ProGuard is telling you. Use ProGuard Playground. How many of you have heard of this website? Yeah, no one. I saw 2 hands. So this is a website by the company which built ProGuard. So it's very interactive in nature and very good. You can drop your APK on the right side. It will list down all the classes which you have. And once you start writing rules in the editor, it will basically tell you, you are keeping these classes. So if you're using wildcard rules or package rules, it will mark all these classes. One more thing which it tells you is in the modifiers at the bottom right, I don't know if you can see it, it's asking you, it's telling you that modifiers like allow obfuscation, allow shrinking, and allow optimizations are not enabled. So this is one more interesting point, that when we do keep class, we actually turn off most of the optimization for that class, which is not really needed. Even if you're accessing a class file reflection, you can still optimize it. You might not want to obfuscate it, but you can still optimize it. So what you can do is with keep class, you can also add allow obfuscation or allow shrinking or allow optimization. So it tells you with every rule that you're not really doing this. So it nudges you, you know, that you should probably allow optimization for this. Further reading, you can go through these articles. These are very good. Developer documentation is there. And Jake Wharton has written a lot of blog on around R8 optimization. He has written like 7-8 blogs. So certain optimizations which I talked about, I only talked about a subset. He has written about that in detail, so you can probably go through this. Before finishing, I would like to say one thing, that how we are developing Android apps right now is very different than how we were developing 6-7 years ago. First of all, because we are now importing a lot of support libraries, Android X, Compose. Earlier, it was like Android SDK was part of the OS itself. It was optimized by OS. So when you're using a linear layout in a runtime, it's actually optimized for you. But when you're using, let's say, a row from a Compose code, it's not really optimized because it is not present inside the OS. It's present inside your APK. So at the current stage where we have moved away from using most of the SDK code to using Android X libraries, Compose libraries, these kind of things are very important because you are putting a lot of third-party libraries in your APK, you're making APK bigger, and you are also directly inferencing your runtime performance to these libraries because they are the ones who are doing actual layouts in production, not the Android SDK. So if they are not optimized, you're actually looking at continuous cost of runtime problems over the years, because this will continue to happen. Like, we are moving away from this. We are moving into a stage where we are importing a lot of libraries. Compose, like Compose 2 will come, something will come again, View Pager. So this is very important. And yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for your time. I will take some questions if anyone has any, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Jitin, everyone. Come on, put your hands together. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, that was an interesting session. Can we have a round of applause for him again? Come on. Very good. Smiles on your faces, energy's up. That's more like it. And now we have another interesting talk coming up on exploration of Dart in DevTools by another Google developer expert. She's a developer advocate. What's up, coders? She's a Google developer expert in Flutter and Dart with over 12 years of experience in web technologies, Android, Flutter, and Harmony OS. She's worked in international firms in India, Netherlands, and the USA. She is a YouTuber as well, What's Up Coders, mentor at Mentor Cruise, and open source community builder. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call onto the stage of Devfest 2022 with a huge round of applause, the amazing Kamal Shri. Give it up for her.
Thank you.
All the best, Kamal.
So is this on? Okay. Ooh, finally seeing an in-person event after 2 years. Trust me, sitting in front of the camera was really, really good. Always talking to someone whom I could really not network. So first thing, a round of applause for seeing a huge crowd. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I don't have to give an introduction of myself. The anchor has done an amazing job. So let me get to the point what the session is all about. At the end of the session, you would get a feel that, you know what, it's not about always coding. There's something more attached to it. So before I start, how many of you have really tried Flutter or Flutter developers? Okay, I see a huge crowd. Interesting. Okay, so today we're going to see about the exploration of Dart in DevTools. Now what happens is the moment there's a new technology, either by Google, Microsoft, anything, I would see people just learning the top of it, just the icing part of it. They learn few widgets, they learn how to code it, immediately jump into idea, build apps, and they're done for it. What about the inner side of it? What about the tools? What about the testing part? What about the community? People really don't get involved with it, but that's what is the real developer. And that's what makes you stand out of the crowd and make you different. So today I'm going to give you all those details so that you can get the maximum benefit and be an efficient developer. So the agenda is very straightforward. Flutter, Dart DevTools releases. How many of you have really watched the releases when either it's a Google I/O or any of the other Flutter events? Hardly. But I'm really happy that you've been watching it. But what happens is, in this release is the main key point. These are the places or releases where you have put forward all your questions and those are getting resolved. It's just not a number that gets attached to the release. It's more than 5,000 or 10,000 issues getting resolved. Now, who raises these issues? It is a developer like you and me, right? So when these issues are getting resolved, why are we not putting them in effect in order to solve the problem? The reason why I say this is, I still find apps being built in old school style. They still use containers. They wrap every widget in container. They don't use dev tools. They don't use testing. I've seen people, when I review apps, they don't use testing at all. So how am I going to judge your app? How is your app going to be consistent? How it is going to perform in the market where you have almost million downloads happening? How are you going to stand from the rest of the crowd? So these are the small nitty-gritty things that you have to learn in order to be different from the rest of the crowd. And also it's an asset. Today it might be Flutter. Tomorrow it might be XYZ. So you have to keep this as the baseline. Irrespective of what technology you're working, keep this as an habit. Always look for the releases, what really happened. And also the Dart dev tools. Whenever I ask a Flutter or whenever I interact with a Flutter developer, all I see is they talk about widgets, state management. Literally, they fight for the state management. I don't know why that still happens. So they talk about it, but when I ask about the underlying part of it, which is the Dart dev tool, how is the performance? How is the memory leakage? How are you handling it? What about the CPU loadage? Nobody knows about it. So how do you really get into it? Say, for example, your client comes, say, Kamal, can you build this app for me? These are the requirements. This is the deadline. These are the tools. This is what I'm looking for. All the thing is being provided. You start immediately jumping into it, start with the prototype, and then build the function, everything dumped in one main file, which is called the main.dart, and then you're ready to ship it. So the moment one person uses it, it's absolutely fine. When the moment we have almost like 100 or 200 downloads happening, your app performance completely reduces. Your quality is down. Your performance is down. And then you start hitting your head or banging your head, finding what really happened with my app. When I tested, it was absolutely fine. So today we're going to handle all the situation. If you had done a performance review, if you had written a proper test, if you had done an analysis report before developing a Flutter app, you wouldn't have landed in this position. So irrespective of the technology, always keep this as the key points. Okay, so you must have heard about Flutter 3.3. I think it was introduced in the Flutter Viking conference. If you haven't observed, that's also another major conference related to Flutter. And there were almost like 7 major releases that happened. Can anybody tell me if you're aware of the releases? Oh, by the way, this is Dash. Dash is the mascot for Flutter, like how you have for Android and different technology. That's the Dash, and everybody loves to have one with them. So yeah, maybe we have a quiz and then one gets it, or gets it shipped to your address or something. So anybody would like to discuss about the 3.3, any major updates that you have watched or you have inculcated in your apps? Anybody? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Your name?
So, Jayesh.
Jayesh, yeah, Jayesh, tell me.
So, the impeller, the graphic engine, that performance improvement was like major.
Okay.
I really liked it.
Okay.
That was my favorite part.
Okay, cool. Have you tried it out? What app did you try to see that?
Not yet. I just started learning it. So I tried Wondrous app.
Okay.
That was
cool.
All cool. So I just tried it out.
Awesome. Good to know that you've been trying. Anybody else? Flutter 3.3. We had so many updates. Nobody's. So we had almost 7 major updates, and most of them were related to performance. It was just not about introducing new widgets. It was almost like getting your performance down to a good level, and then we had a couple of updates. So I'm going to show you what were these updates all about. First thing, major thing, we had almost 500 pull requests merged. When I say this, it looks really nice with the fancy number, right? Now, what are these pull requested? These are the issues raised by you and me. Okay, the trackpad was not working, the scroll is not smooth, the animation is not good, I want a selected field, the buttons, the icons, these are the kind of issues that were being raised, and we had almost 5,000 pull requests got merged. That itself indicates that how much the community is working, because you know Flutter is an open source community where we have this been open sourced by Google to build this awesome, amazing apps for cross-platform just using a single code base, right? So many requests are getting pulled. But when you ask a Flutter developer, is this issue being resolved? Nobody knows it. I see hardly people getting into GitHub, Flutter issues. See there, we have every day tons of issues getting resolved and also tons of issues pouring in. So always as a Flutter developer, irrespective of the tech, but since I'm talking about Flutter, always watch for these issues. Most of your queries will get resolved so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You have something that your client is looking for. Would you rather solve it by yourself or find someone if it's solved your query or there is already a solution? For a problem, there's always not one solution. You would have multiple solutions based on the scenario and what works for you, right? So that's what Stack Overflow is all about. The second one, we had a selection area where we could literally select this. Say, for example, your client asks an app that I want something that I can do this kind of a gesture. Are you going to reinvent the wheel? Are you going to start something from the scratch? If you have been up to date with the releases, definitely you would have observed this. And this is something which you'll have to use is selectable area widget. Just enclose your entire content inside a widget and you're good to go. I would not spend tons of time working on this. Simply just include it, 2 seconds job, and I'm done with it. So that's how efficient you are. That's why when I say do not be an old school style, keep yourself updated with the latest technology, understand what's happening in the market. It's not necessary you have to imbibe everything, but at least to a certain extent, be up to date with the releases and what's happening with the tech that you are passionate about, okay? So yeah, the other person was talking about the Wondrous app. Now, Google kind of, the Flutter introduced, you know, the graphic engine behind Flutter is Kia, right? Now it's Impeller. So it's more advanced, and they've built this app called Wondrous. It's got this beautiful animation, trust me. All the 7 to 8 wonders of the world has been mentioned here. And this is one example app, I would say, which kind of set the benchmark where you can have a numerous number of images. Always having humongous images is a problem in Flutter or any other apps because of the caching problem, because of the performance, the app goes down, right? So this, using that, instead of Skia, using the different graphic engine, they're able to solve this problem. So give it a try, it's on the Play Store, see how it really works. A very smooth finish, performance. It's just not an app to display that it has been done in Flutter, no. If you develop app prior to this graphic engine, you would find the difference between the performance, how smooth it is to navigate, how the app bars are being moved, icons, everything. So give it a try. When I tried Flutter for the first time, I used to have ideas, but never had a benchmark where to start. I used to look for apps like this, collect ideas, understand how did they do it. Most of the apps are not open sourced, but the best part about Flutter is you have all the apps open sourced, you have a GitHub link, just fork it, start working on it. That's how beautiful Flutter and the community is all about. So give it a try and see how it works. Material design. They've started imbibing Material Design 3. So you have chips, you have app bar, icon, button. Trust me, I've seen still apps using search bar in the app. You know, now the advanced way of doing things is using chips. I don't have to literally keep typing everything. The moment I type A, X, I should get chips displayed, indicating what I'm looking for. So that is the kind of apps clients are looking for. Not the old school style where I type something and I get a drop down where I have to select it. No, those days have gone. So get yourself introduced to what is chip, what is icon, what's app bar. Now when I say app bar, everybody knows about it. But this is a sliver app bar where you drag it and it gets accustomed to your mobile screen and the way you want your main page. So I'm just going to show you all this, how it looks. So the one on the left side is the chip. So I'm not going to use the old style of search bar, right? So the chip looks very different. So I can just click on things which I want, and based on that, I can get my results updated. Or the icons. Icons are very important in app. It kind of accentuates what you're actually looking for, whether you've clicked something or not. So these all things plays a very important role. So as a developer, keep yourself updated with the latest things so that your clients are really happy with the output. Okay, as I told you, Impeller. Impeller is this new graphics engine where they're going to kind of converting from Skia to Impeller. So the navigation effect is completely different. It's very smooth. Animations are really cool. You can add more. To see this animation, download that Wondrous app, or just watch the Wondrous app on the YouTube, and you would be able to see how cool they have done. And you can't believe these days gamings have come into Flutter, right? How to build that smooth effect. Trust me, maybe check out with Super Mario. How do I get that effect? I can do it in Flutter if I spend time. So these are the kind of back-end work. Because as a developer, what happens is we're always looking at the code, trying to get the output, get the requirement, and I'm done with my job. This is not a job of a developer. Understand what is really happening behind the screen. It's like an onion layer. Always you're looking for the first layer. No, just go one layer deep. Find out when I'm writing this code, what is literally happening in the background. That is where you stand out different as a developer. Because I know you can study concept, you can refer docs, you have ample of resources to do it. But these kind of things, nobody would let you know. So this is where I would like to come into picture and be a key part of it and ensure that this is given to you, because I've experienced the same. Scribble, we also got this. Say again, if your client is looking for something similar to it, I'm going to scribble something and I get the text output of it. So I write hello, I scribble it, and I get the typical hello displayed on my phone. So if your requirement is this, would you really start something from scratch, or would you just use widgets? These are all available in the latest updates. So that's the reason I'm trying to emphasize, do not miss on the releases, do not miss on the tools. Functionality, everybody will break it. Code, everybody will crack it. You have Stack Overflow, you have a lot of other things to help you. But these kind of things is what makes developers different. Okay, we also had add dependency. When I started Flutter, if I had to add dependency, I had to write the entire code. The moment I see a squiggly red line, I click on write, import, package I used to do. But now things are getting more easy. All I have to do is just add the packages separated by comma, and I'm good to go. So it automatically adds for me. I know this is a very small thing, but trust me, when you are working 8 hours to 9 hours developing code, would you spend time looking for all the squiggly lines, or would you use something more efficient? So always try to be very proactive, use these kind of things. It'll really help you in a long run when you're running a big project. Tools. So as I told you, Flutter is something like the icing of the cake. But when you really get deep into it, it's the layers, the Dart dev tools, the releases, the testing, the packages. How are you efficiently using the fonts? How are you using the images? How are you kind of reducing the CPU load? How are you making sure there is no leakage? Making sure the objects are closed. So these are the things that makes a complete developer. So always people look at the top of the iceberg and they say, okay, you know what? I know this app, I can develop it, I'm good to go, and they release it. But the pain point is the bottom layer. So understand all this, and that's where the dev tool is what I want to introduce you to. I'm sure 98% of the developers do not use the dev tool. All they use is main.dart file, start working on it, very eager to press the hot reload so that they can view it on the emulator, and they're good to go. But nobody observes this. So give it a try, and it becomes very mandatory. Okay, so you might be saying, Kamal, you've been talking about Dart dev tool. Now, what is this? So Dart dev tool is this, say for you're from a web background, The moment you develop a website and you click write the console, you get the network, debug, timeline, console, logging information, right? So Flutter team thought about it. We want something similar while developing apps, so that even if a developer is from a different background, he should not feel left out. And we have the same details available for this. So we have an inspector, like how you inspect a particular area of a website. Like that, we can inspect a web app that you're developing. We have a timeline, we have a performance, memory, network, debugger. So I'm going to show you all this in a minute, how it looks. Okay. If you ask me why am I doing all this, is to inspect layouts. So if you see Flutter is like the structured layout where I have this tree structure of parent, scaffold, then a container inside this, which I have a row widgets. It's all one below the other. Now, when I look at the code, it's completely about code, understood. But if I have to develop something and get into the developer mode, I have to go one layer beneath, which is the skeleton of it. What are the properties of it? How does it look? So that's where this inspecting of your UI layout comes into picture. And then janky performance. I have this cool app which has an animation at my first splash screen, and I'm happy to do it. But as and when I move, I have 10, I have 20, or I have 100 downloads, the app kind of drops. User says, you know what, your app is like completely janky. I'm not able to get to another page. It kind of stucks. I get saying it's not responding. So these kind of issues come when you're not analyzing or using tools to see where is this leakage happening. Where is your app not performing well? What is that mistake you've done? Everybody does mistake, but finding it out and rectifying is the main part of it. So these are the tools that are going to help you. Profiling, network profiling. So say for example, if you're calling an API and you have a lot of request, get, post, and you want to see what is really happening with the request, with an app, how would you do it? So these are the tools that are going to help you. Do not use the old style school of logging, print statement, and seeing the response. No, we have an advanced tool to do this. Source level debugging. Hardly I see people doing any debugging. The moment I develop an app, I get an error, you know what? The first thing I do is copy paste the error, put it on Stack Overflow. This is what everybody does it, right? So don't do that. I know you get an error, you might need some hint, but you have source level debugging also. Put a breakpoints, understand where exactly it is dropping. So Stack Overflow, yeah, you can use it as at the end, kind of a survivor, but start analyzing your code because you were the one who wrote the code, right? So you know the in and out of it, what you really wanted and what is your outcome. So you have to do the debugging. And then general logs, analyzing the code, the app size. App size is a major concern. Trust me, whenever it comes to building app, keep this always in mind. Do not use fancy images. Do not use unnecessary third-party packages. Do not use fonts where it gets downloaded. Try to use something that you can minimize. These are the things that actually cause your app size really heavy. Okay, so I was talking about the Dart dev tools, right? So you can see the tabs there: Flutter Inspector, Timeline, Memory, Performance, Debugger, Network, Logging. The moment you create an app, you get this tool popped out. So you don't have to install any extra tool, nothing to open, nothing to kind of get side by side. Your IDE supports everything. So go to VS Code or any of the IDEs, create a Flutter application, you have this Dart dev tool popped up. So whatever app you've written, simple hello world, counter app, try analyzing and you would be able to see what's really happening with your app. That is where you really analyze your app. So coming to the inspector part, this is on the right side, whatever you see the screen is a typical Flutter app. Now when I look into the Flutter inspector, this is how it looks like. The column, the app bar, the container padding, it looks fine. But if I have to go one level deep, that is the detail tree, that's where I can see literally the attributes. So that's how you inspect your app. If I'm looking at a code, definitely it's going to be overwhelming for me, right? So if I look at this, I'll understand, okay, he has a container. So inside a container, he has a row widget. Inside row widgets, he has a icons. Icons have these properties. Properties have these sub-properties. So like that, we'll get to know. That's how you inspect your app and analyze where there is a leakage or what is really happening with your app. Building an app, getting it to the Play Store is not a wonder. Trust me, everybody can do, and these days you have tools to do it. It's an automated process. You don't have to put an extra head to it. So how are you going to make your brains use, right? So these are the things where you actually can work and make it different. So I was talking about the layout explorer. If I have to change a color, if I have to see how this would look in a row, how it would look in a column, if I wanted a space in between, those days before Dart Dev tool, what I used to do was I used to find the properties of it, change it, do a hot reload, go back to the app and see it. Now I don't even have to do it. I have everything here. All I have to do is select what kind of layout I want, expand, flex, giving numbers, whether I want full flex, half flex. It helps me. I'll show you with an example how this really looks like. Okay, so that's a very simple app. I have 3 icons, and everything is equally spaced, good looking, right? So now you can actually see that when I kind of, okay, when I run this widget, immediately the previous screen, okay, I get this. Okay, so the moment I click on the Layout Explorer, I would have the flex property and I would be able to change the flex there before even deploying it or even using hot reload. I would be able to do that on the dev tool itself. So that is how easy it is. It's like one step behind using a hot reload. So you would be able to do anything that you wish from here and change it, expand, so that you can actually avoid those yellow stripe bands so that it's not like overflowing in your app. There's also something called performance review. Always we are looking for an app to perform really well. Everybody wants your app to perform well, right? So this performance view tab actually has an option to record how your app is performing when it's running, when you navigate between screen to screen. It just not gives you only the graph kind of structure, it also tells you where exactly your app is leaking, what is really happening with your app, how you can kind of minimize it, what properties are causing this. So when you kind of navigate into it, it gives you a clear approach. So you have flame chart, you have bottom up, you have call tree. So one flame chart, it gives you the entire structure. It's like top to up approach. And the other bottom one is the bottom to top approach. Now what these details gives you is all your constructor, objects, those kind of details have been given here. So as I told you, the flame chart, this is how it looks. If you have created Flutter apps, if you have worked on widgets, you will literally understand what is like painting. You know, everything is like rebuilding and painting of apps, right? So you would get all these width. The width tells you how much is the event, how much it is performing, how it is working on it. That is what this flame chart gives you the detail. So based on this, you can actually take a call, understand how I can solve this, or where it's kind of dropping, and maximize it. So this is also called a call tree, where it tells you how the calls are made to a function when you do a call. So you're calling, when I click on this button, something is happening. It's calling a function, right? So that function can be, those details will be given. If there is an API, those API details would be here. Okay, network view, very important. I use it when I was developing websites. Whenever there's an API request, post, get, call, we used to have a network tab. It was fine. But in apps, how do you do it? Do you have a tool? You have to have a third-party tool. You have to take the API request, add it over there, and then get the details. But now for Flutter, you don't even have to move out of your IDE. Everything is present there. All you have is just go to the network tab. You have your calls. You also have a record option available. So you can click on record, and you can record your API calls and see what happens during the transit. And you can see the post, request, details, everything. So coming to the memory view, this is also another view which might help you if you are using a lot of images. Images usage, what happens is if you're not using a cached one, then definitely it's going to impact your app. So I want to see where this memory leak is happening. Definitely I'll use a memory app. I'm going to see, so you can see all those icons with the memory capacity used, external. So it gives you all those details. So that way you would be able to analyze in depth. So this is another debugger. As I told you, as a developer, follow debugging tools, put a breakpoint. Rather than copy pasting and putting it on Stack Overflow, try to use a debugger to analyze your code. Now, the list of setting to debug. Now, what am I trying to achieve when I'm using my dev tools? What is really happening during animation? What is happening when I do a hot reload? What is happening if I use a paint, canvas? How do I really debug these kind of things? So these are the stages where you can actually see when you are using a Dart dev tool. Now, as I told you, for Flutter, we have issue tracker, right? Even for Dart dev tool, we have an issue tracker. If you have any issues related to Dart dev tool, if you think that you can solve it, or if you find an issue that you want to feature it, or you want to post something, you can get to this link, post it, or find. See, let me give you a very simple example. The moment I'm stuck with something, I don't know how to move forward in the particular app. I've searched Stack Overflow, I did not get an answer. I searched Reddit, I did not find an answer. GitHub is the best part where you can find the answers. Go to the issue tab, and you would find somewhere someone would have kind of logged it. Open that issue, and the discussion thread will have the answers. Someone would have told, you know what, I tried removing the opacity, animated opacity, and everything got reduced. Someone would have told, okay, I tried using cached images with an height and width, and this is how it kind of solved. So try this, or if you find a different solution, post it on the GitHub. That is the best way to contribute to open source. Okay, there's another way to be part of the community, because learning tech stack is super easy. Trust me, today someone might introduce you, okay, tomorrow Fuchsia is gonna come. Everybody would be happy about it, learn about it. But how do you be a part of a community? I was a part of a community, and that's where I'm standing here. So you would also, I would appreciate you also to be a part of the community. There's something called Flutterista. It's completely for women, non-binary, but don't worry, even we have groups for men as well, a lot of things happening. If you want to really get involved in the community, that's the first place. We have Reddit, we have Twitter, we have weekly Hum Day Q&A sessions happening, we have meetups happening, we have conferences happening. We also have Flutter conference, for India's first in-person conference happening in Bangalore, November 19th. Just watch out for it on Twitter or anything. You would find the tickets are going really fast, and I do have volunteers. I think Poonam and Sunny. Poonam, Sunny, you want to raise your hand somewhere? So that, yeah, you can find them in the back. So they are literally working in and out for that conference. If you want to reach out, be a part of this community. There are experts here. I think Pawan, I think his talk is next. He's also available here. So Pawan will be here. We have Pooja and a lot of other community people here. Get yourself involved in community. That's the best way to learn, share, and gain knowledge, and be a part of it. It's all about sharing, right? When I'm learning something, what am I going to do it? Unless if I don't share it, there's no point in it, right? I can build apps, I can do it, but what's the point when I can't help someone, right? So have this community affection, it's all about it. And yeah, if you want to be a part of it, just let me know. I can get you connected with people. Just drop me on WhatsApp Coder. That's my link, handle, everything, and I can help you, or I'll be around here. Just get connected with me. Okay. I do not go into all of the resources and get confused. I always follow these docs. These are Bible for me. So if you want to learn anything from start with this. Whether it's Flutter or Dart or Dev or anything related to DevTool, keep the Google Docs first, learn, understand what it is, and then when you want to really explore things, get into the other part of it. That's the best way to learn, because everybody would have their own opinion in explaining things. That will kind of confuse you. So go with the Google Docs first, and then go ahead with different resources. So as I told you, you can follow me on WhatsApp Coders. That's my handle. So thank you so much. Today you must have got an idea. It's not about only learning a tech, building apps, or just being a the developer that you want. No, today you might be learning Android, Flutter, anything. Tomorrow it's going to be a different. So you have to have a proper strategy when the technology keeps changing. Or down the lane, 5 years, trust me, there will be no code. It's going to be low code. That means machines are going to do everything for you. So what are you going to do? So all the code that you're writing, all the testing you're doing is going to be done by machines. So there is something else that you have to do. Machines cannot analyze the code. They cannot do it. That's where the brains really come into picture. So get your creativity rolling. And by this session, you must have understood or got a pinch of it that Dart Dev tools is also an important aspect as a Flutter developer that you have to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kamal.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
And hopefully I can give that out to someone later on.
I think Pawan is going to be here, so he's also going to use it.
Pawan's going to be giving it out.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. A big
Thank
round of
you.
applause for Kamal.
Thank
Come
you.
on, put your hands together. And now that you already know Pawan's coming up next, before that I thought I'll get you all a little bit on your feet. So everyone get up on your feet. We're going to do something interesting. Get up on your feet. Everyone on your feet. Yes, I see people falling asleep at the back. Come on, wake up. Okay. So what you have to do is, yes, stretch first. Very good. Hands up. Everyone stretch. Yes, very good. To the left. To the right. Okay, good. Now keep your left hand out like this. Everyone, left hand out. No, don't slap him, sir. Left hand out. Okay. And take your right index finger and place it onto the palm of the person next to you. Yes, like that. Very good. So your left hand is out and your right hand is in the palm of your neighbor. Now when I count to 3, the point what you have to do is when I finish counting to 3, this is to test your reflexes and to see how attentive you are. When I finish counting to 3, you've got to try and catch the index finger of the person whose index finger is in your palm and try and get yours out of his or hers. Okay? And then we'll see how many of you have actually caught someone else's finger and got your finger out of it. You guys got the point? When I count to 3, try and catch someone else's finger and let go of your finger. Okay? 3, 2, 1, go. Did anyone get a finger? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good. So we have about 10, 15 attentive people. Let's do this one more time and see if everyone can get each other's fingers. All right? Come on, guys, quickly. Left palm out. Right index finger in. And in 3, 2, 1, go. Very good. Give yourselves a round of applause now that you all are attentive. And Pawan's on stage. I'm going to give him an amazing welcome and give him a huge, huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a Google developer expert. Pawan Kumar is currently working at the Frontier as head of engineering. He is also a Google developer expert for Flutter and Firebase. He also runs a tech YouTube channel known as Codepur, and he's a regular speaker and contributor to many events and workshops. And he's here at the Devfest 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Pawan.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Can I have some noise? So, it's good to be back after, I guess, 3 years. And good to see you guys in person. So, today, I just want to talk about, I'll start with boring is bad for business. So, we all know this is an era of social media, right? How many of you have used Instagram Reels? Anyone? Just few people? Are you sure? Oh, okay. So we are living in the era of social media. Every brand wants to be active on social media, right? You must be seeing all the trends on Twitter with some popular hashtags every time, right? Zomato comes in, then Paytm comes in for the same kind of, all the trends. So why I'm talking about this? Because this thing applies to other things as well, right? We as developers sucks in designing things, right? We make very boring apps, right? So I'll just give you an example. So by the way, just want to tell you that, every day there are a lot of investing in a lot of startups. People are making a lot of apps, successful apps. Like these are individual developers I'm talking about. And there are 2 ways how I see things, okay? Yeah, make some noise when you see something relatable. So There are only two ways you can make an app successful. That's what I feel. Either it has to be unique or better, right? I have tried both, so I'll give you an idea of both of the things. So this is an application which I created back in 2017. The left side is the app with a text field and a button. This is the best I could do. So I had an idea, and which was like sending WhatsApp messages was difficult at some point of time. Like I was at a shop with my mother. He said कि WhatsApp कर दो. I was like, तेरा number क्यों save करूँ मैं? ठीक है. तो that was the problem statement. I made this app, but I could not do much, obviously. But the good part was that this was a unique application. I got around 10,000 downloads in 1 week, which I never expected. But yeah, this thing worked. And now this app looks like this. It has a lot of features. I never expected anything from this app, but this app has like 50,000 active users as of today. So that's a good number for me. So that's where I think sometimes unique is better, and sometimes you don't have a choice. For example, if you talk about all these apps, right? Have you seen the transition of this app? How many of you were using Facebook in 2010? 2012, 15, 17? And Facebook has changed a lot with the time. Same thing with Uber. If you see Twitter, Instagram, right? So that means that with time you have to change. You have to keep updating your designs, right? Designs can be UI, it can be UX, all of these things. So hi guys, I am Pawan, and I work as head of engineering in a company called Frontier. I run a YouTube channel called Codepur. Most of you guys must be knowing me from this. Last time when I came here, the first question was, what is Flutter? And my entire day went into it. So I hope all of you know what is Flutter. How many of you know what is Flutter? Oh, that's a good number. Glad. So I'm a Google developer expert for Flutter and Firebase. What you will learn today, that is the most important question. So we will see how we can make apps beautiful across platforms, because Flutter supports multiple platforms. We will see how to enhance the user experience. We'll see how to use right colors, customize themes, and all those sort of things. We will see how to make adaptive apps. Also, we'll see how to look good on all the screens, okay? My artist app. So how many of you have heard about songs.pk? Anyone? Good number? Sare piracy karte ho? So I think all of us have used, like this songs.pk website, where it had all the songs, jo bhi market mein aaya, download kar lo, right? So it was pretty cool. So when I said either you will make unique app or you'll make better apps, right? So that era was of music players. Have you seen a lot of fancy music players, right? I was one of those guys who used to create those kind of things. So I'll take the example of the similar approach today. I'll talk about this My Artist app, and we'll try to enhance it. So right now, I'll show you. I'll do some live coding, but trust me, it won't be that much boring. Live coding is tough, guys. So I have at least 3 backup plans, okay, if nothing works. So on desktop, currently our app looks like this, okay? So I'll show you. So this is the app. You can see this is not the best application in terms of how it looks, but we can make it better, I guess. And on mobile, it looks like this with a beautiful notch. Sorry, dynamic island. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So let's see more. This is what I feel as a developer. Okay. But trust me, you will become a good designer after this talk. I'm not a designer, but I have like good respect to designers, and I think as an individual developer, we can do good things based on the tools which we have today. So we'll talk about typography. If you'll search typography on Google, so you will find the definition in Wikipedia that it is an art of arranging letters, right? How many of you actually cared about it, like typography, right? very few people, right? How many of you choose the right font? Okay, there are good people. Okay, so what I believe is that show, don't tell. What I mean by this, I'll just explain. So if you see this particular UI, can anyone tell me what is wrong with this? Right? The meme was for this only. Okay. So everything we are explaining, like we are telling, we are not showing anything which we could do better, right? So that's where this widget comes into the picture, which is called navigation rail, okay? And it has a lot of things which we are doing wrong here. So we'll change these things and we will make our app look better. So if you see, this is not how I wanted to look the app for. So what I have done, I have created a lot of to-dos just to make my life easier. So I'll go here, I'll change this. So as you can see, is the code visible to all of you? Perfect. So I'll change it to, let's say, home. I'll change it to, let's say, playlist. Yeah, this is fine. And I'll change it to people. Let's see if hot restart works. I think it worked. So this looks better, right? All right, so this is the minor change you can do. When it comes to font, if you'll see in detail, right, what these fonts does. So if you see here, you'll get confused with what is sans serif or serif. If you see the example, the serif one has a tail, okay? That makes it more formal, right? So there is some story which every font has, but we don't go into details, but you should go most of the time. Based on your use case, based on your branding, you should definitely update the fonts according to that. The good part with Flutter is basically that you can actually do pretty good stuff with fonts using Google Fonts. So what I'll do, I'll go back here. I'll go to terminal and, okay. So I can just say Flutter, I hope it is visible, pub add Google Fonts. So this is a package which we can use. Oh, interesting. That was supposed to happen, my bad. So in pubspec.yaml, we can see, we can see Google Fonts, okay. So what I'll do, I'll check my to-do list again. That is the easiest way to fix these kind of things. What I'll do, rather than using theme.texttheme, I'll use my second to-do. I'll use another font from Google Fonts, which is Montserrat. Okay, so why we are using this? Because our app is not a typical like formal app, it's more like for fun. So this font will work for me. Can you see the difference? Did you just see it, right? So I think we did well with this particular thing as well. So fonts are done. Let's move to the next section, which is theme. How many of you love playing with themes, right? This is a really interesting thing because I personally feel as a developer, you should definitely play with the themes. You will definitely do some blunder in terms of colors, right? Like how I used to do. Like I don't know what is the combination of colors, okay? I don't understand primary and accent color initially, okay? So I can use anything, any color. So to help me with these kind of things, there is something called Material Theme Builder, okay? If you have seen the new Android 12 or 13, it takes the colors from wallpaper. Have you seen that, right? Isn't that cool, right? It's really cool. So if I try to go back, 1 second. If you see, this is how it looks like. You can go to this website, m3.material.io. So this is the new Material Design 3, Material U, whatever you want to call it. And we can, choose wallpapers, and it takes color based on that, like this. Okay, this is much faster for some reason. Okay, so you got the point, right? So what we can do, we can for example, we can go to custom over here, right? And we can make our own palette, okay? So what we can do, like how it can help us, we can just choose a primary color and it will select all the colors for me. For example, if I go there, okay, let's click here. You can see this palette and you can choose your color from here. So for example, like this. And if you see, this UI is reflecting all those colors, and if you can see that the theme has changed all its colors, right? It shows all the different varieties of color, like the secondary color, cursor color, and all those sort of things. So what you can do, you can right click here, and you will get the color code from here. You'll just pick it, and that's when we go to our third to-do. So that is creating a theme instance. So what I can do, here you can see I have a colors.pink, which I can change. So before I do that, let me go back to my presentation, just making sure if I didn't miss anything. All right, so what I'm gonna do, so basically there are two ways of doing things. One is either you can directly implement your theme, or you can use something called dynamic color builder, okay? So it's a package which you can use, dynamic color. It's a plugin basically. So what it will do for you, it will take the color from the wallpaper and it will do the job for you. So it's a really good plugin, you must try it. And what other things I'm gonna do, I'll just go back and I'll complete my to-dos. So first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use my theme provider to give it a theme. So okay, I got access to theme, and now I will add a light theme. Okay, I'll do a hot restart. Let's see how it works. And we got some theming over here. As you can see, it has some bluish theming. Can you see it? I don't know if it is visible, right? But it has some light blue theme. The reason it is light blue because it is taking, like this is a Mac OS app, okay, on the left side. This is not a web app. On the right side, it's a simulator. So Mac OS is taking accent color from the OS. Like this particular plugin is helping in that, and the accent color is blue as of right now. But we haven't given any color as of right now, so let's see if we can give any other color. So, okay, we have seen it. We'll come to this. So what I'm gonna do, I'll go here and I'll change this color to my color, okay? For example, I can paste this color which I copied from the theme builder, and if I do a hot restart, you can see I still have this, bluish color. Why it didn't change? Because this is taking the accent color from the Mac OS, okay? But if I run it on this simulator, can you see this blue color as of right now on the top, right? So it should change. So what I'll do, I will run it now on hot restart on phone. Trying to do so many things. If something does not work, don't blame me, okay? Can you see it? So this color is changed, right? This is the same color I picked from, okay, this place, right? This is the same color. So it chose all those colors based on the combinations which Material 3 gave it. And this time, it does not have an accent color because iOS does not pick colors from wallpapers, right, as of today, which you can do on Android. So if it was an Android emulator or device, you must have seen it. Now, okay, how many of you love dark mode? Oh, a lot of people. So LinkedIn was very late to implement dark mode. So yeah, I mean, I definitely love dark mode a lot. I'm a dark mode guy. So what we will do, we will also give dark mode to this. So I'll again do some part of to do. So what it is doing, it is just setting the source color, which I have specified, the brownish one, and the theme mode, okay? What it will do, obviously I have a limited time, so I cannot explain each piece of code, but you will get the idea. Can you see it? So the app is now dark, okay? And if you click on this button on the top right, it changes to light and dark. Same thing we can do with this iPhone as well. But the only thing which is not looking good is the dynamic island for some reason. I'll come to that. Okay, that's not the point of this talk anyway. We'll talk about adaptive design, because when you are making your Flutter application, you are basically dealing with multiple platforms. And as a mobile app developer, it gets difficult and difficult to, like look into multiple platforms, creating the UI for all, making everyone happy, which never gonna happen. So, I mean, let's see how we can make it more adaptive. So there are various, okay, sorry. So yeah, there is a meme. Memes are important. Just to make sure that you are not sleeping. So can I have some noise? Okay, perfect. So, okay, when making adaptive design, these are some of the approaches you can follow. So for example, in this demo, we are using adaptive components. We are using adaptive breakpoints. If you are from the web background, you might have heard about 12-column grid sort of thing, right? To make responsive UIs. So it's similar to that. You can use desktop window to give a specific size to your windows. And it's a my package, self-promotion, Velocity X, okay? You can use it. You can use it for Jetpack Compose also, by the way. So no Jetpack Compose was hurt. Okay, responsive UI, how you will make responsive UIs. There are various approaches which you can follow in Flutter. So these are some of the widgets which I am recommending, which you can use. Aspect ratio, custom child, single child layout, multi-child layout, fitted box, fractionally sized box, layout builder, media query data, orientation builder. So Velocity X, what it does is basically it uses these same widgets to give you better widgets, right? Like for example, VX device, VX responsive, which does the job for you. You don't have to use all of these, but if you want, you can definitely use it. So we'll look into things that how we can, make our app little bit adaptive. So going back to, let's see what, like for example, we are, I think, to do number 7 we have to do. Okay, so one more thing which I wanted to do before I proceed, we can do it later anyway. So let's go to to-do 8. So what is to-do 8 is basically add a breakpoint, okay? So for example, when you are making, so this UI, if you see, this looks good on desktop, right? I mean, it's not that bad. It could be better, but it's not that bad. So I'll just give you a brief of how it looks overall. So there's the recently played section, right, which is okay-ish. There's top songs today, new releases. Then we have a playlist. We have artists, okay? And some of you might be knowing the artists. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, if I just shrink it a little bit, then you can see it starts to look very, very bad. This is what we create as a developer, this kind of UI. We are very much known for all these kind of things. So how we can fix it, okay? So what we can do, we can use breakpoints, okay? I told you the package which you can use already. So what it will do, I'll just say if dimension.max width is greater than is equal to 600, then render something else. I mean, a better UI for desktop or web. And if it is not the case, then render a mobile layout, okay? For example, this is the mobile layout where we are, rather than having a navigation rail, we are using a navigation bar. So what I'm gonna do, I'll just do a hot restart and we will see how it helps. And we'll do another hot restart here. Okay, so can you see a difference? Is it looking any better than before, right? Okay, so this looks nice. I mean, we have now a bottom bar for the iPhone. And if I shrink this now, can we see anything like that? Yes, we can see this, right? So this makes our UI a little bit more better than before. It used to be very bad, but now it's getting good, okay? Next thing what we can do is, breakpoint is done, mobile layout is done. What else we can do? Okay, we can add tab bar for mobile, right? I mean, if you see here, this entire section is like not user friendly, Let me just increase the size a little bit. So on web or desktop, it looks nice because recently played and all these, like there's a lot of space to take care of that. But on mobile phone, it's very tough to navigate. So what we can do, we can add tab bars. How many of you know tab bars? Like you guys have used WhatsApp, right? That had tab bar, chats, calls, that sort of tab bar, right? So we can do that. What I'm gonna do, I'll again do the same thing, the easiest thing. I'll just uncomment the code. Because if I'll start writing it, we won't be able to finish this talk. So what I'm gonna do, I'll just uncomment it. So you can see there is a constraints.isMobile, for which we have written an extension method. You can see the code later. So what it does is basically, if you see it has is table or is desktop check, and is tablet, not table, tablet. It has a mix width of 730 plus or 1200 plus, then it's a desktop. So isMobile is that thing. And again, going back to our code which we just commented. 1 second. So yeah, this is looking nice. So what we did, we added tab bar if it is mobile. If it is not mobile, then we will keep the flow which we had on desktop. Okay, so we will do a hot restart. And we will do another hot restart. Can't do much. Okay, so can you see some difference? Is it getting better? Finally, the dynamic island is fixed. So this is looking much better. We have now some sections over here. We have recently played. We have new releases. We have top songs. So now the app is looking much, much better. That's what I feel, at least from my point of view. And desktop also looks decent because of the size it has. It does not have to have that tab bar because that makes no sense on desktop UI or web UI. So yeah, that thing is also done. Let's move to the next part, which is adding animations and motion. How many of you love animation? Right? So I personally am not a very big fan of animations as such, but I like simple animations, right? If you have seen WhatsApp, it does not do much with animations, but it has small things which it takes care of. Similarly, if you see, there are many apps like Zomato and Swiggy, right? Little bit transitions you will see here and there. That makes your app little bit lively, I would say, right? I mean, without animation, it sometimes looks boring. And this is what we can fix, I think, in our application. So if you see this, without animation, there is a problem. Can you see the difference? Right? As a developer, it doesn't matter to us, right? But then a designer will come to you. He will say, bhai, isko kar do. There will be a fight. At the end, you will have to implement it, right? So yeah, it's better if we learn how to do it, right? So we can do this using simple transitions. There are a lot of ways you can do it. I am just trying to make it as easy as possible. So what I will do, we will go back to our to-dos. Okay. What is the next to-do? Let's see. So we have a lot of to-dos. We have for adding white spaces. I will come to that. Okay, add page transition. Okay, what we can do, we have a property here, page transition theme. And we already have page transition. So for going into detail, you have to look into the code because it has good amount of code. I cannot go into detail, but what we can do, we can uncomment it for the easiest way of fixing it. And similarly, I'll do it for dark mode. So there are a lot of properties. If you see, we have page transition theme, color scheme. This color scheme, all you get from material widget. Okay, no, not widget, but there is material .dart library which you kind of import if you have seen it, right, in the beginning. So everything is there. You don't have to do much. Similarly, app bar theme, card theme, list style theme, all of these things you can do. So pretty interesting. So we have done the transition. Let's do a hot restart. And let's do a hot restart here as well. Okay, cool. So I think if I go to playlist here, and I can click here, can you see the transition? So this is better. It can be even better. What are the other things we can do? If there is a if there was a detail section, like in most of the application, you'll see if you select some item, for example, it's a music player, right? So if you click on, let's say, one of the songs, right? So it will show this kind of UI, right, on the bottom, right? This is how it looks like, correct? So what we can do, like I'm not doing it, but we could do, you could use hero transition here, right? So that the shared transition happens very smoothly. Those kind of things also we can do, but because that is not in our to-do list today, so I'm trying to save some time. We will use this time into something else. So yeah, this is looking nice. The paste transition is working just fine. What other things we can do? This looks nice, but I have noticed one thing, that the white spaces are not looking that good, right? If you see recently played, it has that carousel sort of list, but the gap between them is so less, right? So this is another thing which we generally don't look into, but this can play a huge role. So we'll try to fix all these white spaces, and this can make our app even better, I guess. So let's go to our to-do number 16. So we have completed a lot of tasks. Okay, that we can do later. Okay, so to-do 11, we'll start with this. So what I'll do, rather than having padding of 2 from all sides, what I'm gonna do, this is the Hello Devfest Bangalore tab, or the text which you have seen. And I'll just change the padding from left top, right, bottom, and I'll give different paddings here. Then I'll go to my another to-do, which is another padding, which is wrong. This is for recently played. I'll again remove the 2 padding from it. And this time I'll give horizontal and vertical padding. Both will be different. One will be 15, one will be 10. And the last one would be the space between this recently played and this section, which I talked about. And there is one more space which is required. We will give it this time. So if you see top songs today and top new releases, there is no gap between them. This line looks like that this is meeting each other, which is not a good UI. So what I'm gonna do, I will give it a white space, sized box I'll use, width of 25. That's all we have to do. We'll do a hot restart, another hot restart for making sure both of these things are working. Okay, can you see the difference now? So this is looking much better, I think. Okay, these cards are also, I think we can do some good stuff with this card. So let's do one more thing. I'll go back to another to-do which we missed, which is fixing the card. Okay, so what we can do here, this card we can give some outline so that it looks good. Let me switch to light mode. This is much more visible. So how we can fix this one? We can give this decoration to this container basically. So what I'll do, I'll just copy and paste. This is the best thing a developer can do. Okay, and we will give the border radius. Again, we will do the same kind of thing. Okay, okay, this is fine. So now we will do a hot restart. Why I'm doing hot restart, not hot reload? Because hot reload in live demos does not work sometimes, okay? I don't know the reason, but just to make sure. Like this is it looking any better? Can you see the outline, right? It highlights your widgets, so this gives it more weightage. There's a problem that the images which I am using is not that good, so I have just taken it from multiple sources, which I should not do, but just so that you can see Kesaria, I just wanted to do that. Okay, because trend, I started with the trend, so this is the trend. Okay, so moving ahead, what else we can do? We can go back to our slide. So if you see this kind of UI you must have seen, right? When you hover on things, right? it shows what it can do, right? That particular tile, what it can do. So for example, if you see, this will look good if, first of all, if you hover on the card, right? If it will highlight it somehow, if it can change the border radius, if it can give it some shadow effect, that will look really cool. Second thing is that if we hover on the songs, so if it shows me the play button, okay, then I will get the idea that, okay, what this particular thing is supposed to do, right? And that's a better user experience. So we can do all these kind of things using animations and transitions. So how I will do it? Well, for me, it's very simple. I have to just uncomment the code, but it won't be as simple for you. So we'll come to that also, don't worry. Okay, so next to do, we will add hover state animation to our card. So card is there. What I'm gonna do, first of all, I'll select the animation curve, which will be ease in out, okay? Then there is some widget called mouse region. So when see, there is a difference between responsive and adaptive, right? When we talk about responsive, it should work on all the different screen size. But when it comes to adaptive, we have to take care of every mouse input and some other things like hover and all these kind of, there are a lot of things, right, we have to take care of. Fortunately, Flutter comes with all these widgets, so it makes our life easier. So when we say hover true, when we are using the set state, okay, it's saying it is final, so it cannot help it. I removed the final, hover false. And let's do one thing. Rather than using this container, what I can do, I can use animated container, okay? So I'll try to fix it by removing this code and activating this code. Okay, it has a lot of errors. I don't know how I'll fix it. Okay, I think I can add a child. It was easy to fix. So it has twin animation builder, which takes some duration, some animation curve, and do the job for you. Okay, it may sound like a little bit difficult at first. I have a shortcut for this also, don't worry. So we'll try to see if this works or not, and then we will come to the shortcut. So now if I see here, this is my desktop app. It should have that kind of behavior, like hover. Can you see? Right? This is looking better. It's looking like I am not controlling my mouse. Okay, better. So this gives a little bit more, like the UI UX is looking much better now. What else we can do? Okay, we have just 5 minutes. We can change this button. So right now, you can see that if we go here, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, nothing like happening as such. So what we can do, rather than just a text, we can wrap it with a hoverable song play button. So what I'll do, like what I'm doing the best, right, I'll just comment and uncomment some code. And then we will do hot restart. Don't blame me, just give us 30 minutes. We can't do much. Okay, so can you see? Looking cool? Awesome. So, all right, so this was really nice. These animations are looking better, and our app is it better than before, how we started, right? Were these very difficult tweaks? No, I don't think so. If you'll see the code also, you'll find it that it is very easy to implement. Obviously, it can take some time to learn few aspects of things, and it's not about just Flutter. Even if you are using Jetpack Compose, it's the similar kind of thing, okay? And even if you are using Swift UI, right? This declarative way of doing things have made things very easy when it comes to making, beautiful UIs, creating animations, and all those kind of things. Where are we? So, okay, so these animation, like you saw twin animation builder and all these kind of things. When Kamal was talking about, she was giving you example of Impaler and all these kind of things. Wondrous app she mentioned, right? That is created by a team called G Skinner, and they have this beautiful package, Flutter Animate. I personally feel that they should have, rather than like Flutter doing all those sort of things, they could have just created something like this. But anyway, community contribution comes into the picture because of this. So I have another demo, okay. I have 3 minutes. So what I'll do, I'll show you this beautiful thing. Will it work or not? I am not sure. It looks like it won't work. It's saying, okay, let's do one thing. Let's close this app because we are done with that app. And let's run it again. So we will use this animation library and we will see how easy we can do animations. Okay, I'll just try to give you an example. If you're following me on Instagram, I already gave this demo as a reel. Okay, I just wanted to say you can follow me, okay? You don't have to take everything very serious. Okay, what it will do, it will just run this application and then we will see. So, okay, it's coming. It will be very relatable because as a developer, we create relatable things, okay? So, okay, yeah, we can have some noise, right? So how many lines of code do you think this particular animation will take? Any guess, random guess. ये वन वाला कौन है भाई? इतनी क्या कर रहे हो तुम? मतलब optimism is good, but 11, 5. ये कुछ भी random बोल रहे हो अब तो तुम. Okay, चलो ठीक है. Okay, let's see. कितना ले रहा है मैंने भी कभी काउंट नहीं किया. So okay, animate page, we'll go there. This is the page which I'm talking about, which is not opening for some reason. Okay, those lines of code it took is around 21. Huh? Yeah. And then also it's like very easy. Any widget, you just wrap it with animate, okay? And you can provide n number of effects. For example, there is fade effect, there is move effect. You can have, let's say, shake effect, okay? You can have, for example, rotate effect. What else? You can have blur effect. सब लगा दो. Let's see, कुछ करता है कि नहीं. Okay, बहुत सारी चीजें हो गई. एक सेकंड, थोड़ा सा स्पेस लेते हैं. Let's see what happens this time. Hot restart. कुछ तो हुआ इसके साथ, ठीक है. These were too many animations. Don't do this, ठीक है. Use it smartly, but I just want to tell you that it is very easy to do these kind of things. Yeah, I think then this heartbroken thing you can change, okay, whatever you want to use. So I cannot go into details of it, but it's a very, like, the APIs are very easy to use. You can use it, and you can get at least like good animations done. In the next talk, whenever it will happen, I'll talk more about it, and I'll also talk about stack widget, how you can use it to create beautiful animations. I'm just booking my next slot, okay. So, yeah, let's go back to our slide. So, happy with the results? No? Acha, kya chahte ho bhai no wale tum? Okay, so yeah, this I already showed you, so we can move further. Yes. Woo! Modi ji rocks. Okay, so that's it, guys. Thank you so much. We are just right on time. You can scan this QR code if you want to connect with me. And yes, enjoy the rest of the Devfest. And yes, thanks to the YouTube audience who are listening to us. Being a YouTuber, I know how much time it takes to sit on the table and watch same thing again and again. So, thank you.
All right, so big round of applause for Pawan. Thank you so much, Pawan. That was a very interesting session. Arey yaar, taaliyan to bajni chahiye. Give him a round of applause. Come on. All right, thank you very much. We have a quick tea break now. In exactly 20 minutes, I need you all to come back. So go out, get chai, coffee, और जल्दी वापस आ जाइए क्योंकि हम 4 बजे को exactly start करेंगे. So you have 25 minutes to come back. Go enjoy your chai, coffee, and come back nice and quick. Give yourselves a round of applause before you go, guys. Come on, put your hands together. Well done. We'll see you back in 20 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Settle down. We're about to start in exactly a minute. All right, everyone, get your seats. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice stretch break. We're down to the last few sessions of day one of Devfest 2022. And for the next session, I'm not only going to call one person, but two amazing people are coming up on stage. Please give a huge welcome to Gayatri Devi Srinivasan from Geeky Ants and Mr. Ashwin Gopinath from Zest Money, who's coming up to give you a little introduction. Give them a big round of applause. Gayatri is a software engineer at Geeky Ants. She's one of the DSC Leads alumni. She is an enthusiastic coder, interested in learning new things and exploring new places. Ashwin, on the other hand, is a software developer at Zest Money. He's an ambassador for Flutter Canada. He loves learning new things every day, and he's a passionate about the power of Dart as a backend language, and he's here to talk to us about a lot more than that. So everyone, a big round of applause for Ashwin and Gayatri as they're going to take you through the next session.
Well, I'm so excited about today because the last time I gave a talk on a stage was when I was in my second year of college. And that's the same year, interestingly, I took part in my first Devfest. That was Devfest 2019. And after that, 3 years down the lane, I'm a speaker for this event. So hi, everyone.
Hey everyone, so I am Gayatri Devi Srinivasan, basically from a community-driven company working as a software engineer in Geeky Ants India Private Limited, Bangalore. Actively, I am contributing to many of the open source communities like GDG Salem, WTM, and Flutter Community Bangalore. And today I am here to share a few things to you all. And now the stage is all yours.
Thank you. She's a pro, by the way. So.
Thank you.
So, my introduction. My name is Ashwin Gopinathan. I'm a software engineer at Zest Money. So I'm working as a Flutter developer at Zest. So apart from that, I'm on a mission to show you how you can use Dart beyond Flutter. So everyone knows Dart is for Flutter. But what if I say you can use Dart for a lot of new things, like building an API, basically building any backend for that. And I'm a community guy. I love participating in debates on state management, but I always end up using block. So please don't start a fight with me after this talk. So that's basically it. Now I'll be talking about what we are going to do today. Well, Gayatri, why don't you tell me, what are we going to do today?
Just, shall we try up creating a backend server?
Yeah, sure.
And I will be demoing it on WebView. Is it cool?
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
So I'm going to create an API that she's going to consume for the front end, to basically run the front end. So let me just start with the code. So the best way to create, so many of you might have run some terminal commands to run Flutter, create Flutter packages, right? So I'm going to run a Dart command to create a Dart project. So let me just open terminal. So I'm going to copy this command that I've given here. So the command is Dart create -t. T stands for template, and server shelf. Server shelf stands for a web API application that you create using pure Dart. No Flutter in that, pure Dart. And the last thing, WebView server, is the name of the project that I'm going to give. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, let me just go to the desktop. All right, it's creating a project for me. This is the concept I call Dart as a backend. That basically using Dart for anything beyond Flutter. So it's already created. I'm just going to go inside the folder. WebView server. All right. So VS Code opened up for me. Let me see if all the packages are ready. Yes. So this is the template code that you get when you create a server shelf application. So it's basically like our counter app which we get when we create a Flutter app. So let me just walk you through this entire code. Is the font visible for everyone? Everyone okay with that? Cool. All right. So basically, I don't want to talk about the top packages. It's like importing all the required packages for your basic application. So let's start with the void main thing. So void main starts with defining an IP address. Like you might have learned about IPv4, IPv6 and everything. So here we are defining an IP. That is the internet address. You can either go with IPv4 or IPv6. It's up to you. Then we are going to create a handler. Handler is basically something that handles a request that comes to your code. So let's say there's a server, and I'm requesting for some data, and she's the responder. That is, she's the server that responds with the data. So handler is basically like I'm requesting something, and based on the request, she has to respond back. So handler takes care of the entire thing. So it's like basically we're creating a pipeline to which we are adding some middlewares. The middleware is something like, it's like a piece of code that you add to the pipeline so that you can get some, different behavior. So the middleware that we add over here is called log request. That is, whenever we make a request, we need to log something so that it will be easier for us to debug the entire thing. So log request is basically a middleware that we add to a pipeline. Now we start with the add handler. This is basically a method. Router is basically an object that defines what should happen when you run certain endpoints. So in order to explain that, let me just run the code. Okay, socket exception. I just need to change the socket here. We'll be using localhost 8082 for now. Okay, so when you run the application, within a second you're gonna get the app running. So it's given here, server listening on port 8082. So now we're just gonna go to that server point. So I'm just gonna open Chrome. Localhost 8082. So this is basically what our server application is doing. So if you go back to the code, in the first handler, we have written, when we get a GET request to the home path, that is without any extra endpoints, we're going to run the method root handler. Root handler is basically giving a OK response with hello world in it. So that's what you're able to see here, hello world. And there's one more handler defined over here. When we get a GET request for /echo/message, we're going to run the echo handler. Echo handler basically gives an OK response with the message printed. So let me just show you how it works. This is the endpoint. I'm going to give echo / let's say my name. So it's going to print the exact same thing. Because whatever message we passed over here, we were able to get in a request param, and we're just basically printing the same thing. So this is basically how a basic server application works in Dart. So now let me create some data for Gayatri. So for that, I'm going to create a new class here. Yep. I'm going to name it data.dart. So basically, the data is going to be a map because we need JSON data everywhere, right? And JSON data in Dart is basically a map. I'm going to name it WebView data. Okay, so she needs something that she can use to run Flutter web views. So I'm going to send her some Flutter links, some web links that she can use in her application. So let me just go to Chrome, and let's go to flutter.dev. All right, this is going to be the first data that I'm going to send her. So we need more data, otherwise what's the use of APIs, right? So let's go with dart.dev. You can go with any APIs, by the way. So it's taking some time to load. Yep. So I'm going to send the data here. Let's add one more data. How about we add the link to our Flutter Conf? That's the upcoming Flutter conference. By the way, I'm not promoting it, but still. So we add the link to FlutterConf. And now, let's run some code to get this on the server. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new handler method. So like I said, let's say we are working with the server. We're going to send a response, and we're going to send a request, and we're going to get back a response. So that's what basically is going to happen here. This method is going to return a type of response. And I'm going to say web view handler. It's going to take an input of type request, because we're going to get a request and return a type of response. So I'm going to name it request. And I'm basically going to return response dot. So now we have a lot of methods over here. So this basically talks about the different states of your API. Let's say something went wrong. You send a different access token. You send an invalid access token. You have to return a 404 or any applicable response. So we have different responses over here. We have bad request, forbidden, found, and a lot of that. So I'm going to use OK here. And I'm sorry. So I'm going to just send this web view data to that. So I'm just going to encode the entire data. Data.webviewData. And this again contains a parameter called headers. These headers are required because you want to tell where you get your response. You want to tell what type of a data that you're getting from the API. So for that, we define a header called content type. And it's going to be of type application/JSON. All right, now let's connect this handler to a GET request. So the endpoint I'm going to define is /webview. And the handler will be webview handler, without the parenthesis, of course. Now let's see what happens when we run this endpoint. I'm going to hot restart the entire application. Where was it? Yeah. Let's run this. Now we are able to get the data that I actually created for her to use. So now she just needs to use this endpoint in an application. So off to you.
Thanks, Ashwin. So before moving on to the next slide and before moving on getting started with my talk, I just need a small favor from you all. Each one here, I need a small favor. Ashwin, can you change the slide?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Hoga. So this is one of the inspiration I have took from the organization which I am working on. There we used to say if we are stuck with some problem or we are stuck with something, we will be saying, Hoga, everything will be okay. So shall we say it together once? Because I'm too tensed to present something in front of all pro developers here. So can you make me little cool and proceed with the slide? Little higher noise. Hoga. Thank you. Now it is moderate, but let's see. Thank you. So, how many of you are Flutter developers? Okay, cool. So, how many of you are here college students who knows to develop? Oh, there are more college students here. Okay. So, usually what we do is in Flutter, we develop mobile applications for different platforms. But we have one feature in Flutter through which we can bring the web apps or an website to a mobile application. For example, you can take a situation of like browsing in Instagram and navigating to different sites, right? So there we will be actually like facing web views. Through web view, we can able to achieve that, like navigating to external websites or external web links. So, but not that is the case, that is the only case where we can use web view. It has much use cases than beyond our knowledge, but I have some few points to share which I have experimented through learning Flutter. Like we can learn only from our mistakes, right? So while experimenting little things on Flutter, I get to know this point, so thought to share to you all. First thing, this is the pub.dev package which I will be using for demoing purposes of my applications. And WebView Flutter package was published officially by flutter.dev. And this is like example apps where we can featuring web views. Actually, this is the flutter.dev site which Ashwin have demoed before. And I have used it for inside my mobile applications. And this is another random site. So the key elements of Flutter web view are initial URL. You can pass URL whichever you want to pass or you want to launch from from the Flutter application. You can pass it here. And through navigation delegate, you can pass arguments or routings for. In apps, we usually navigate from main screen to home screen, etc. So like in this case, we use navigation delegates. And for adding external UI gesture components, you can go with gesture recognizer. And for creating or adding widgets, which you want to be demoed or showed while launching off your web view, you can go with on web view creator. And you can on page loading or page start. If you don't want to show your app as an empty state, you can go with on page starter or on page finish. Now, how can we navigate to different URLs in WebView? Usually we have through initial URLs, we have the option to pass the URL whatever we want to the web page. But in some cases, we may have some PDF files or blob URLs or some HTTP or something random or mail or telecom or some URLs different from normal thing. So in that case, you can pass arguments like URL which will contain your extension, and you can return navigation decision dot to prevent or navigation decision dot to navigate. So in this case, by passing the URL extension whatever you want, you can pass and make the navigation to prevent or navigate. Prevent will just stop the site from going beyond, and navigate will be allows your sites to go to the next one. So navigating to web views through URLs, it is fine. But how can it is possible to load our internal local HTML files into our Flutter apps? So let us have this as a code demo. I hope the screen is visible to everyone. So this is my initial app screen. And then here we have the normal web view app demo. Like this is a normal web view where I have initial URL. JavaScript mode is restricted or unrestricted based on your usage. And the key elements whichever I have pointed out, we have used it here. Like on web view created, on progress, navigation delegate, on page started, on page finished, and everything. So loading your local HTML files to your Flutter apps is like the first step you have to do is you have to have your local HTML file, whatever you want, in the asset folder, and then you have to import it directly to your pub/spec.yaml file. Then you can go with your screen and add a function to load your asset from your local. Here I have a load string where I am passing the path to my local HTML file. Then I am loading it with the help of a URL. So this will help me to demo my local HTML files to my app, from my app. So what if I can use JavaScript also in my Flutter apps? So the thing how you can achieve this is, the basic thing which you have to do is, first you have to add set.from functionality to your JavaScript channel in your web view, and then you have to pass whatever JavaScript file or message you have to that function. Next, in your HTML file which you are loading from your asset, you need to add the script called script type text.javascript and whatever thing you want. Here just I am passing a print.message, hello world being called from JavaScript code. So this is the basic steps for adding JavaScript communication to your Flutter apps. So experimenting small UI changes within WebView. Usually within the WebView we couldn't able to add or delete up components, whatever we can able to view in web or from our Flutter app. But through navigation delegate we can achieve this also. You can pass widget, you can able to hide or de-hide a widget to by giving the condition called, if you pass through this URL means you can hide the widget, or if you can navigate to some URL means you can de-hide the widgets. Like this you can experiment much on UI components. You can also add loading, and you can add button functionality, go back functionality, app bar in use cases, something like that. So that's it. Thank you. And you can connect with me on Twitter if you have any queries or if you want to discuss with me on anything on Flutter. And okay, just before ending up, just we another time have a sound hoga hoga once again. Hoga hoga. I hope this content will not go hoga hoga. It will be much little bit useful for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yep.
All right, everybody, a big round of applause for Gayatri and Ashwin. That was a great session. Come on, put your hands together. Give them a round of applause. All right, are we ready for the next session? No? Some more goodies? Of course you're ready for that. Do we have the next speaker ready? All right, so before we get the next speaker ready, let's get into a quick session of goodies. Console, can we get the quiz up on the screen, please? Coming up in a few seconds. If you remember the rules, once you see the question up, all you have to do is answer the question, and then we'll get you the goodies. Can I get someone at the goodie bag as well? All right, we've got someone. Okay, questions up. You know the rules. Hands up and smile. Let me tell you what this one is. In the movie Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham, Kareena Kapoor sees Hrithik Roshan for the first time. Kareena says to Hrithik, "Who are you?" And he replies with a very popular tongue twister. What is this tongue twister? Hands up and smile, hands up and smile. Hands up and smile. Come on, come on. Make some noise, guys. Okay, I found Kareena. I'm looking for Hrithik. Kareena, come in front. You're not making noise. Make some noise, come on. Aaja, aaja, aaja. I got Hrithik also. Where is Kareena? Kareena, come here. Okay, so come here. come right. Come here so everyone can see you. Very good. What is your name?
Ashmita.
Ashmita. Ashmita is Karina, and you are?
Amarjot.
Sorry? Amarjot is Ritik. Come this side. Turn around. So Karina, you're going to say your dialogue. Who are you? That's all. Your dialogue was very simple. Now, आपका dialogue जो है has to be what Ritik said to Karina in the movie. It's a very popular tongue twister. Don't forget it. Okay? Are we ready? Karina, your dialogue.
चंदू की चा
Karina, your dialogue is only who are you. Simple. आपको गुड़ी मिल गया. टेंशन मत लो. ठीक है? बस who are you बोलना है आपको. पाजी बोलेंगे उसके बाद. ठीक है? What's your dialogue?
Who are you?
So nice, nicely, no?
Who are you?
Who are you?
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदी के चम्मच से चटनी चढ़वाए.
Big round of applause for him. But he only gave 50% of the answer. It's not complete, but goodie mil jayega aapko. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karina. Who knows the actual tongue twister? Who knows the actual tongue twister? You know, come. Oh, come there, come there. We'll make sure everyone sees you. In front of the camera, in front of the camera. Arey, he's a natural, Ritik. Okay, Ritik, what's your name?
Kunal.
Kunal, you know the entire tongue twister, right? Anti-climax nahi karne ka, theek hai? Okay, theek hai. So, who are you?
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चम्मच से चटनी चटाई.
Very good. Big round of applause. Again, that's the wrong answer. Please take your seat. It's much longer than that. It's much longer than that. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. Okay, come. He's been shouting at me from first time. Okay. What's your name?
Pranjal Gupta.
Pranjal Gupta. Take 3. This is. Please get it right. Okay? Ready? Go.
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदनी के चम्मच से चटनी चटाई.
Very good. Big round of applause. High five. Put your hand up here. Pranjal, high five. High five देना है. High five. High five finally मिल गया मुझे. Give him the goodie. But there was one line missing in that. If anyone can figure it out, I'm giving one more chance. One more chance. Come in front. Last chance to get this right. You forgot something. Are you ready? What's your name?
मनीषा.
Manisha, turn around. Okay, Manisha, go.
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी रात में चांदनी चौक में चांदी की चम्मच से चटनी चटाई.
That's more like it. High five. Let's get the goodie for her. चंदू की चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदनी रात में चांदी की चम्मच से चटनी चटाई. Okay? All right, next question. We have one more question before we go into the session. Let's get the next question up on your screen. Okay, very easy. Who played the character of Aslam Bhai? There was a very popular character called Aslam Bhai. Which actor played that role? And you've got to sing the song. That is correct. You have to sing the song also, but I'm coming at the back. Does anyone know over here? Hands up. Do you know the song also? Then you're not getting it. Do you know the song? Very good. Come here, sir. You have to sing it. It's a song, so you have to sing. No, you have to sing it. What's your name?
Abhishek.
All right, Abhishek. Who played the character of Aslam Bhai?
Johnny Lever.
Johnny Lever is the right answer. Give him a round of applause. Okay, now sing.
Yeah, Aslam Bhai. Sorry. No. It was.
Wait, no problem. Give him a round of applause. Johnny Lever is the right answer. हाँ, अभी आ गया. चांदनी चौक बोल रहा है. चलो, start.
दुबई का चश्मा, चीन की चड्डी एंड ईरानी चाय.
Very good. Checklist बना रहा है. दुबई का चश्मा था, चीन की चड्डी, ईरानी चाय. Very good. Next time I'll make you sing it. Give him a round of applause. Let's get the goodie up. And are we ready for the next speaker? Are they ready? All right. We have time for one more last question. Last question on your screens coming up. All right. Name this movie and which year was it released in? हाथ ऊपर कर रहा है. I haven't come this side. This side has been very quiet. What's happening here, guys? What's happening here? Hi. पता है Google का इवेंट है? पता है. Google करने की जरूरत नहीं है. ठीक है? Google के इवेंट पे Google कर रहा है. Very good. Sir, आप भी Google कर दिया आपने? Very good. So the only rule that I forgot to mention to you was don't Google. This is the only round where you can't use Google. आपको पता है? All right. What's the name of this movie?
दिल से.
And which year was released?
1998.
1998. Mr. Google, is it correct? Yes, that means he's Googled it. High five. Congratulations. Let's get him that goodie. What's your name? Mayur. Congratulations to Mayur. A big round of applause to him. And let's get the next speaker up on stage right here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge, huge round of applause to the next person who's coming up. Are we ready, sir? Yes, sir is ready. All right, so the next session we're moving on to is migrating to compose by another Google developer expert, Mr. Rivu Chakrabarti, everyone. Give him a huge round of applause as he's ready to take you on to the next session.
In-person sessions. So a bit about myself. I am a lead engineer over at Misho. I hope you all know what Misho is. We are a social commerce cum e-commerce organization, and I am a GD for Kotlin. I wrote few books. You can check them out if you want. Just go to Amazon and search my name. And yeah, earlier I used to work for various other product-based startups in India. So what will we discuss today, right? So today we'll be discussing about whether or not you should use Compose in your code base. I will give an advance answer, it's yes. And yeah, how should you basically plan to migrate to Compose, right? See, if you are starting a new app, using Compose is a no-brainer, right? But when you already have a complex app, right, which is the case for most of the startups in India, so how do you plan to migrate it? That's what we'll talk about. I will not do much coding, or I will not present much coding today. I will just talk about how do you plan moving to Compose. So, yeah. First of all, the question I get most often whenever I start talking about Compose is Compose ready for production? So I just listed down the current Compose versions here. So current stable release is 1.2.1, right? So, and beta is, as you can see, 1.3. So Compose team is already working for a next version, right? So Compose is ready for production. However, just like any new framework, it also has some issues, and Compose team is very aggressive to work on those issues, right? So overall, I would say, yeah, Compose is production ready. Now, again, on the same question, whether or not Compose is ready for production, here list of some of the apps that I know are already using Compose. And yeah, at Misho, we are also adding Compose. We are already working on it. And you can go to the link at the below to see more of the list of the companies who are already using Compose on production. Why should we care, right? So yeah, first thing is that debugging Android UI, right, was always a challenge for Android developers, right? We debug code base easily, but when it comes to UI, right, some button margin is not coming correct and all those things. So it's easier to debug with Compose. Next, again, complete reactive pattern. It sounds a lot of buzzword, but it's actually very easier to manage state and manage the overall flow of the application if you are using reactive patterns, right? I'm quite sure you all already use either RX or coroutine, flow, live data, right? So how many of you use RX in your code base? Okay. How many of you use live data? Okay, more hands, good. How many of you use coroutine, flow? Good. So yeah, Compose is compatible with all of them. You can directly inject your reactive data points to them. So yeah, that's another good thing. Less logic in activity. So with Compose, mostly what I've seen is that your activity should be more or less empty, right? You just pass the state to Compose, you invoke view model or present or whatever architecture you have, and yeah, pass the state to Compose and you are done in the activity. Compose should care about view rendering, and you no longer need to handle a lot of logics in activity on which view to hide, which view to show, all those things. And yeah, with Compose, it's easier to go single screen or single activity architecture. So nowadays, everyone wants to have a single activity and manage screens easily, right? So that is easier to do with Compose. That is not new. That is actually, this term is there since Fragments launch. But yeah, it's easier with Compose than with Fragments, I would say. It's opinionated, but yeah. And yeah, most important thing is that it can be an incremental migration. You don't have to migrate your whole app in single day. That's impossible for most of the apps with complex logic. So that's the point of this talk, right? If you could migrate in one day, then there's no point of migrating to Compose talk. So yeah, let's get started. So yeah, about incremental migration, that's how it would look like. So if you have lots of views in your activity and you want to add a Compose view, you can write this code block in your activity, right? So what the first line, like said composition strategy does is that when should we basically stop or decompose things, right? When should we dispose of the view? So that actually says that whenever view lifecycle is destroyed, destroy the Compose view as well. And next thing is pretty usual Compose stuff. So again, how do we convince our managers or product managers, right? So fortunately, I never got a product manager or engineering manager whom I had to convince that, hey, we should do this. Whenever I say about it, if it is logical, they generally say yes, pretty easily. But yeah, I have seen those type of people who are pretty, like, I would say, they need more convincing, right? So some logical points are here that you can use. First of all is, again, UI is better debuggable, so it's easier to manage things. Declarative UI means that you will, as I said, it is, you are writing code, Kotlin code in Compose, right? So it is easily debuggable. If you have something like some margin is not working out, you can easily go to the code base and debug it, and you can fix it easily. You don't have to, layout inspector is there, you can use it, but yeah, you don't have to, that would not be your first point of checking. Server-driven UI is also possible. I will show you a glimpse of server-driven UI. Here you can see. So I will not talk about server-driven UI, but I will give you a just idea what it is. So it basically, server will send which component to show, and based on that you can show or hide different components from your UI. Now, my friend Adit did a good talk on that, good session on that. You can check out this if you are interested in this server-driven UI. Now, again, on product manager's perspective, they are, like, if you say we have to migrate our old app, they would be like pretty adamant, right? Hey, we cannot spend that much time on this. We have to roll out product. We have to check ROI. So on those things, since it's interoperable with Vue, it's easier to get a conviction on that. Yeah, and another thing is that if your organization cares about, say, cross-platform or multi-platform with Compose, you can be one step there. Your UI can be later used in multiple other platforms. Right. Now, is Compose right for us? Answer I already gave at the beginning of the talk, yes. Both short answer and long answer. So earlier, when I did similar talk last year, the long answer was, it depends. But yeah, right now on how Compose progressed, I would say, yeah, it's like whether you are a small organization or you are a big organization, you should consider Compose. And even a lot of big organizations are already doing, right? For example, Disney Plus Hotstar or Paytm, they have already started migration to Compose, or some of them are already completely on Compose, right? So you can do it as well. Now, technical presentation without any code block looked a bit odd. So yeah, that's how Compose actually looks like. It also has a constraint layout. So if you are a big fan of constraint layout, you can use that in Compose as well with guidelines, as you can see. Okay, not here, but yeah, I use guidelines in constraint layout as well. Now, tell me how many of you have already seen this kind of code block? Like, how many of you write this kind of code block? How many of you have used Compose? Okay, a few hands. How many of you have actually researched about Compose? Okay, good. How many of you have used constraint layout? How many of you like it? Okay, so yeah, constraint layout again can be used in Compose pretty easily. Now, coming back to the main point of today, this session, how should we plan? So first of all, if you are having an architecture that is not state-based, right, you should first plan to move on to a state-based architecture. Now, that doesn't need to be, say, MVI or something fancy, right? It can be any architecture as long as you include state on it. So how do you manage state? That depends from team to team. You can, there are lots of ways to manage state. You can use data class, you can use SIL class, you can use like multiple live data as well if you like. So yeah, it depends on you, but you should have a state-based architecture. Why? Because again, Compose is a declarative and reactive UI, right? So how do you make changes on Compose? Because in Compose, you cannot just, whenever some logic changes, you cannot just do find view id dot set visibility gone, right? That's not possible with Compose. So how do you handle that? So you set a, just like previous, you have a flag, you observe on that flag, and when based on the flag is true or false, you either show the view or you don't. So that's how it works on Compose. So you should have a state-based architecture. Next thing is that I would say start migrating atomically from smaller screens, right? Which requires less number of changes. It gives you time to get accommodated to Compose, right? See, every new thing has a learning curve. Even Android had learning curve. And nowadays, Android has more learning curve, I would say. When we started, there was nothing. Just learn Android framework and you are good to go. So now you have to learn a lot of things. So yeah, everything has a learning curve. Compose even has a learning curve. So I would say start with smaller screens where you can, basically, if you mess up, you can correct easily. And another good strategy would be if your company does lots of POC and researches, right? Then you and create smaller apps for that or smaller modules for that. Then you can easily try Compose out in some smaller apps or some POCs. You can start from there. Later on, you can incorporate Compose in big projects and big screens. Now, this is another common question I get from my friends who work in big startups, right? They have a design system. So most of the startups, they have custom views for everything, right? Instead of text view, they use a custom text view. Instead of, say, linear layout, they use a custom linear layout, whatnot. So that can also be incorporated into Compose. In Compose, it's rather easier to actually create a custom view, right? Because in Compose, everything is custom only. You call text, and then you put whatever parameter there is required, and you can use it. Now, how to basically incorporate that while you are migrating, right? So a good strategy would be keep the, there can be two strategies here. One is you keep both the Vue design system as a library and Compose design system as a library, and let developer choose whatever they want to use. But that would impact on your size. Your size will increase. Another strategy would be to basically migrate your entire design system to Compose, and then use those composables as views in your layout, right? Or in your design system, you can create views from Compose and let the developers use either views or Compose directly. Now, in that, there is an issue with that. So, was an issue rather. So if you are using Compose version below 1.2 beta, so current stable version is again 1.2.1. So if you are using something, say 1.1.0 of Compose, or if you are using Recycler View below 1.3.0 alpha, then you might face an issue with having Compose views inside of Recycler views. Now, it is already solved. This issue is already solved. But if you are using versions below that, and you can't change the versions, right? There can be a lot of dependencies. Then you can go to this URL. This guy has a very well-explained blog on how to tackle Compose. Now, the issue was simply when Recycler View, when you call in Recycler View, right? It recycles a view object. With Compose, that wasn't happening. The view wasn't getting recycled, rather it was getting destroyed. So that's why this fix was. Now another point is that we have, like a lot of companies has it, 4,000 line view class. So yeah, I hope that all your custom views are not 4,000 lines or something like that. If you have them, then you should first focus on solving that and making classes smaller. But if you have, say, 1 or 2 of those classes, you can, I would suggest you should keep them for last. You should migrate all other views to Compose, and then you can focus on that particular class. And yeah, next one is, do we need a new architecture for Compose? The short answer is, again, no. Long answer would be, it depends. As I said, if you are using state-based architecture, it's okay. If you're not using, whatever architecture you're using, you can just introduce state on that. But if you are not using any proper architecture, right, if your code is scattered around, then you should first reorganize your code before moving to Compose. Compose will not hamper that, but it's a good practice to have an organized code base. Whichever architecture is used, there's no good answer, right answer or wrong answer on architecture. All architectures have good benefit and some drawbacks. So whichever architecture you use, you can use Compose with that. Now, is there effort while moving to Compose? Yes, apart from UI as well, you have to spend time on state management. Now, when we generally talk about state management, it's not only about the, say, the response class we are getting, how we are managing that. Along with that, it's also important how we are managing flags. So generally, we developers, especially Android developers, we have a habit of creating random flags and keep it in activity and then use it everywhere, right? So that can cause an issue with Compose. You can end up with recomposition, recursive decomposition that I will talk about. And you can have lots of bugs for that as well. So yeah, first you should focus on how to basically move everything to a proper state-based state, and then you can move to Compose, and you can do them parallelly, right? As I said, on simple screens where there are less flags lying around, you can start using Compose, and then you can start slowly moving, parallelly you can start moving to a state-based code base for bigger activities and compressed activities, right? Now, we are almost at the end of my slides. After that, I will majorly focus on Q&A. We have good amount of time in hand. So yeah, things to watch out for. So this is something, some mistake I did while I was initially playing with Compose about 2 years back. I like during the COVID, it's hard to keep track of times, but yeah. So when first stable version, or first alpha or beta version of Compose released, I was playing around with it, and I ended up with recursive recomposition, right? So what was happening here is, as you can see, I am using something called search state. Now that search state I am consuming and I am modifying inside the logic. So it ended up endlessly recompositioning. Right. So that is something you should watch out for. That would impact your performance. And I caught that while writing UI test cases, but yeah, it was not noticeable on UI. So they have warnings for that now, but still, like you should watch out for these kind of things. So yeah. And okay. And yeah, this is the issue. So that what I was playing with is an open source repository I created, and this issue is listed here. So if you want to know more about what the decomposition issue is, you can go to this GitHub issue, and it also links to a issue at Google where Googler actually explained what I was doing wrong. So yeah, another thing is that again, like we all know this, but Vue should be dumb. Vue should not know much about how do you fetch data or anything about business logic, right? You should pass your state to your compose, and compose should only contain logic for state representation, representing the state as UI. You should not consider compose as something like to write entire logic at, right? So yeah, that will again end up with lots of performance issues and bugs as well. And yeah, that was from my side. But I am open to take questions, and we have enough time in our hand, almost 15 minutes. So yeah, if you have any questions, anyone? Yeah. Can someone get a mic there?
There's a mic stand right in the middle. You can just pick up a mic from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, this is Karan
Hi.
actually. So
Hi, Karan.
I'm actually currently working with Lowe's as a senior engineering manager. And just like, you told that Misho is planning to, kind of move, I mean, they're planning to, kind of move over to Compose and the process. So I just want to understand, what are the things that, we should be, kind of be aware of, when going to Compose, what are the major things or the major hurdles that, you'd see, or, what we need to be mostly aware of?
Yeah, so here I talked about recursive recomposition, right? That's something easier to end up with, a lot easier. As I said, while I was first playing with, I ended up doing it. And I didn't recognize I was doing it until tests were failing, and at first I thought it was an issue. Then I created an issue at Google Issue Tracker, and then someone explained to me. But yeah, if you are modifying a state within Compose, where you are actually consuming it, then it would happen. So you should watch out for that. And other than that, again, what I talked about, right? You should not have lots of logic in Compose. And other than that, if you are asking about if there are issues with Compose, then there are, obviously. As I said, Compose is a new framework. Even though it's in 1.2, it is still new framework. And whenever I find an issue, I put it on Google Issue Tracker. And you should also do that. And Compose team is very aggressive on solving issues. I'm like from the beginning, I am tracking the progress of Compose. I was very fascinated about declarative UI. So yeah, they are very aggressive on it, and you would get a resolution soon. And there are lots of solutions in open source as well nowadays, because most of the big companies already started or fully migrate to Compose, right? Even on Twitter, you will even see that some views are not working as expected, and they generally fix it pretty quickly. And yeah, so you will in open source country is there to help you, I would say.
And Stack Overflow did probably is a good source, I believe.
Yeah, Stack Overflow nowadays contains a good amount of content on Compose as well. If you look at it, then most of the questions have answers. Other than that, if you are still stuck, you can go to Kotlin Slack. In Kotlin Slack, there is a channel for Compose. You can go there, and there are lots of people who are regularly basically messaging there. So if you are stuck, they will be they will help as much as they can.
Thanks. And also one question, just like you mentioned that with a recycled view, I mean there were some issues. So any particular components that we need to be aware of,
So the issue with it was about say in recycled view what we do when we scroll, right? when a view gets hidden, it actually gets reused. That is the whole concept of recycle a view, right? Now with compose, what was happening is that instead of getting reused, that was getting destroyed and new compose element was getting created, right? So that was a performance impact. That was not something users will notice, but that was definitely a performance impact. So that got solved in compose version 1.2.1. 1.2.0 alpha or beta, I think. I put the version in my slide, but yeah. And recycler view, latest recycler view has the issue fixed. So if you can upgrade to the latest versions, that is always recommended, then you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, if you are stuck with some older version due to some other dependencies, you are using some third party which is failing, if you upgrade, this kind of thing, then you can basically go to that blog and you will find the resolution.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Any more questions?
Okay. Hi, Rivu.
Hi.
Yeah, Vivek here. Yeah, understand. So, is there any issue in app with the older version? So, let's say I have Compose in my app. So, is there any issue in older Android versions?
I didn't get your question.
So, let's say I release my app with Compose. So, will it affect the older Android versions as well?
See, I am not aware of any Compose not behaving good on older Android versions, right? See, Compose is a library. It doesn't come plugged in with the Android SDK, right? How we used to do earlier. Nowadays, everything is a library, as Jitin said, right? So, Compose is again a library. So, with Compose, you should use ProGuard again. Otherwise, it would impact your APK size. Other than that, in older version, it would work perfect. Like, as per my knowledge, it should work perfectly fine.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
You talked about custom views, right? So are they interoperable with XML? Let's say you change it to widget or something, and then you use it in XML. Can you do that?
So yeah, as I said, I will go back to that presentation and I will show you. So. Yeah, here. So this product detail, right, that I have, that is in Compose. Now this activity that I am writing the code for is using XML. So what I did is in XML I added something called Compose view. That is just like a view placeholder or view stub. If you are aware of view stub, it is similar to that. It doesn't do anything by its own. You have to add a compose to it. So while inside the activity on create, I have wrote this block. So what it does is that it will first show the product detail, and it will use, I have added my theme as composable theme. And yeah, on that I forgot to mention, but you can reuse your XML themes in Compose as well. That is doable. But yeah, you apply the theme and you simply add the compose. So this part, right, set content, that is similar to what you will write when you are actually using the compose or when you have complete activity in compose, right? You will write the same thing, just only different line is the set composition strategy. So that actually defines how it will recompose or how it will basically destroy the compose view. So yeah, you have control over that as well. I hope I was able to answer your question. Yeah. We still have 10 minutes if you have any more questions. Cool. No one has any more questions. So I hope this session was informative to you all. And yeah, you can reach out to me over at Twitter if you have any questions about Compose or migration to Compose. I have a blog as well. You can check that out. And yeah, I would be here today if you want to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rivu. That was a great session. A big round of applause for Rivu. Thank you very much for taking the time out and doing this. And like you said, you can connect with all our speakers later on as well. Wow, what a day one it's been at Devfest. Can we have a round of applause for all our speakers, for the fantastic audience that you guys are. You guys are truly amazing. We're going to see you tomorrow, I'm sure, at day 2 of Devfest. So how many of you are coming tomorrow? Everyone, stand up. Whoever's coming tomorrow, stand up. Come on, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Very good. So all of you are coming for Devfest day 2. And whoever is sitting down, please stand up as well. Very good. Now you also have to come for Devfest day 2. We're going to see you tomorrow, nice and early. We have an action-packed day tomorrow as well. So before we say goodbye, first of all, put your hands up in the air and give a huge applause for the fact that you made Devfest 2022 day 1 this amazing. And before we say goodbye, we want to get a big group picture of every one of you who made this possible. So come on, everyone, hands up, hands up, hands up, and let's get a picture. Go back. All right, I'm going to join you guys. Fantastic. All right, hands up, everybody, and scream. Everybody, you're going to keep making noise. We're taking a video as well. All right, thank you very much for being an amazing audience. We're going to see you tomorrow. I'd love to connect with you on social, so please do find me on Instagram. It's ANUJ_CHAR. Give me a shout out. Tell me how you enjoyed it. And we're going to see you tomorrow, nice and early, at day 2 of Devfest. On your way out, please do collect your goodies. Don't forget to do that. So please go in there, systematically form a line and collect your goodies. On behalf of everyone who put this together, this is Anuj Char signing off. We're going to see you tomorrow morning, nice and early. Thank you very much. Goodbye and see you tomorrow.